dile dile. Una gila dile, una gila. Una gila dile, sana dile. Una gila dile dile. Una dile, kenale, kaja dile.
이 정도 멤버라고 한다면 뭔가 일을 낼 것도 같아요.
세상을 호령했던 선수들이거든요.
꽉 잡아! 롤러코스터 올라간다!
내려오지 않고 있어요.
대권을 한번 도전해봐야 되잖아요.
거기 물고 있습니다 이게.
눈을 못 뜨겠어요!
이게 풍속 얼마짜리입니까?
리브 샌드박스가 약간 폼이 내려왔다.
리브 샌드박스 이러면 어떡하자! 리브 샌드박스!
다시 한번 바람 붑니다.
Hello and welcome to the LCK playoffs for spring of 2023. I am Valdez. With me is Chronicler today. And we got one best of 5 between KT, Rolster, and Liv Sandbox to decide who will make it to the next round and who will survive and make it to double elimination. How are you doing today, Chronicler?
I'm doing amazing. I'm really happy that we made our way to playoffs, even though, 9 weeks, it seems like a long time. It has passed very, very quickly, as is often the case. And I can't wait to see what the players will bring. It's always cool. Upsets might happen. If they happen today, though, even I, a well-known Liv Sandbox enjoyer, I'm not so sure about that one.
Yeah, the cool kids that never panic today do have a lot on their plate to not panic about. KT getting 3rd in the regular season here was actually pretty surprising, but really awesome to see them continue with their form and continue to do very well. And of course, they do get matched up with 6th place Liv Sandbox, who just made it into playoffs.
Yeah, as you're pointing out, there's actually a lot of reason to panic, because KT have looked very good. It took a few weeks for this team to really find their read in the current meta, get everything synergized very nicely, but making 3rd place is a very clear sign that this team has developed so far to some of the inconsistencies, dropping series to Kwangdong at middle of the split. All of that is nowhere to be seen, and Sandbox as 6th here is going to have an incredibly tough time here. And I think it's a great match to kick off the playoffs here. As we can see, tomorrow will be D+ versus Hanwha, which is a match that on paper, and I think in reality, will be a fair amount closer than what we expect to see here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the predictions here for everybody.
Oh boy. Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of red and not a lot of 2s. Only 0s will dominate, and then we do have a smattering of 1s around there. Any reason why you think that Liv Sandbox will take one game?
Yeah, I think Sandbox have shown that when everything comes together for this team, when Brutal flips heads, when Wheeler can get going early game, when the bot lane can get going, I think that they are good enough to take a match, or a game rather, but actually string them together I think should never happen. Because KT have just been so incredibly consistent and have lost a lot of what I think made them weak in the middle of the split, some of the draft inconsistencies, and they've really figured out how to play around Lancer's roaming and the top side of the map.
Yeah, it's important you mention that, because coming into best of 5s, you need to have good drafting. You need to understand what is going on in the pick ban, as even you can see here as of 4:30 in Korea, very one-sided to KT Rolster, which is not to be unexpected. I think coming into playoffs, this is our most on-paper one-sided matchup. And, of course, we do play the games and see if Liv Sandbox can step up to the plate, as KT securing 3rd with their own power, which, they almost got 2nd as well. So pretty interesting to see how they will do from 3rd place.
And also making a really big jump in the end when looking at game score, right? Look, those 6 wins actually made a really big difference in how close they came to actually overtaking Gen.G, and of course overcoming D+. And for Sandbox, not only were they defeated in the 5th place decider, it hasn't just been against some of the stronger teams, and that was against Hanwha, which have a lot of their problems of their own. But the Kwangdong and Nongshim series are going to be very much in the mind. Everyone conquer or survive a shaky Birdle against second All-Pro top laner Keen. Not a lot, I'm thinking. If Birdle can not be a liability, I think that's a win. That's all you can expect of today, and I don't even know if that's going to be the case.
The solo lanes of KT are part of why they have been so strong here, especially in round 2, but also since the beginning. Keen has really stepped up to his final form, his best form, BDD as well, playing incredibly, as it is a battle of focus. Aiming looking for his first ever best of 5 win. And then Envy starring in his first LCK Best of 5.
Yeah, it's crazy. Aiming, of course, has had a lot of moments where he was close. The qualifier lost Worlds comes to mind, but never enough. And the stats here overwhelmingly favor KT with how well they have been performing recently. Makes complete sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have a coach's interview. Let's jump into that and see what they have to say.
네, 일단 정규 시즌 성적 자체는 만족스럽지만 일단 지금부터 프로비 진짜라고 생각을 해서 더 높은 것을 노려보고 싶습니다. 일단 시간이 여유로운 상황이 아니었기 때문에 일단 뭐 할 수 있는 선 내에서 최선을 다해서 준비했고요. 일단 오늘 꼭 이겨서 다전제를 좀 더 많이 경험해보고 싶습니다. 네, 오늘은 그 미드 정글 쪽이 좀 주요 라인이라고 생각합니다. 샌드박스 같은 경우에는 정글 윌러 선수가 좀 메이킹을 많이 하는 편이고 또 클로저 선수가 라인전을 잘하기 때문에 거기서 좀 눌러놓는다면 저희가 좀 더 유리할 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다. 일단 뭐 평소와 다름없이 긴장하지 말고 우리 플레이를 잘 하자라고 말씀해 주셨습니다. 오늘 이겨야 더 많은 다전제를 경험할 수 있기 때문에 오늘 꼭 이겨서 좀 더 많은 경험을 해보고 싶습니다.
네, 그 정규 시즌이 끝나고 KT가 이제 3등이 됐을 때 저희를 지목할 거라고 생각하고 있었습니다. 뭐 특별히 준비했다라기보다 그냥 평소대로 잘하려고 노력을 했고요. 좀 편안하게 좀 할 생각입니다. 일단 오늘의 키플레이어는 제가 생각하기에 미드 정글, KT 선수들도 미드 정글이 강하다고 생각하고 저희도 밀리지 않다고 생각하고 저희가 충분히 더 잘할 수 있을 거라는 자신감도 있고요. 그런 점에서 중요한 라인이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 저희가 준비한 대로 나오고 저희가 준비한 방향성대로 지금 게임 내에서 나온다면 충분히 자신감 있고 좋은 결과로 이어질 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 일단 저희가 시즌 전에는 플레이오프도 못 갈 거라는 예상이 많았는데 이번에 풀업을 가고 이변을 만들어냈듯이 또 한 번 만들어내서 2라운드도 가고 싶습니다.
And that it would be an upset if Liv Sandbox and Ryu, the head coach, would be able to take out KT Rolster in a best of 5. A lot on the line, a lot of pressure, and you know, as he was saying in his interviews, like a lot of people didn't expect Liv Sandbox to make it, and a lot of that non-expectation was because this is a relatively young roster. You know, some of these guys do have experience, but when you compare it to the side of KT, it is no contest of experience, Chronicler.
It is not, and the reason why many people going into any KT series are always a little bit careful is because of the inconsistencies. But as we keep going back to, and the reason why I think a lot of people are expecting this to, even with KT being the clear favorite, them still being expected to deal with that pressure just fine, is because of the combination of experience from players individually, the form that we have seen, and them being able to play more to their own strengths.
Well, guys, it is just about that time to introduce the players one by one. As here comes Keen down the stairs, the second All-Pro, only behind Zeus, and to be honest, I mean, Zeus might be the best top laner in the world right now, so I don't think it's any shame to be second. Keen, an unbelievable player in his own right.
And what a split it has been for Keen, a player that on Kwangdong really seemed to have kind of lost his way, lost his form. Times, even when he did get fed, not able to really capitalize on that roster last year. And yeah, you know, the roster had its issues, but even individually he looked like a shade of himself. And this year he has been incredible, both in the 1v1 and for what he did for his team. As Birdle, a lot of ups and downs, and while the highs are good, you know, getting multiple solo kills back to back in that series against DRX, the lows are as worrying. And against Keen, can't afford that, as Keen gave no high fives. And Berto's like, everyone gets one.
Yeah, he's really enjoying the moment, and I think he does deserve it. You know, one of the guys that has had a decent amount of experience, but still looking to solidify himself as a consistent player on the top side. As here is Cuz, another guy who has stepped up to the plate and really has become very consistent. You know, one of the issues with him in the past was that some days he looked amazing and some days we were questioning, you know, what was he doing? But nowadays, here in round 2 of spring, he has really proven himself as one of the top junglers.
And the most notable difference with Cuz is that I think his early game has become a lot more consistent, and his great mid to late game has always been something that he can rely on. But this might be one of the breakout junglers of this split. Wheeler coming in with very low expectations, and one of the very few head-to-head matchups where I can imagine that he can actually match the KT counterpart, right? Everyone else, I think, is really going to struggle. Top's going to struggle, bot lane's going to struggle, but Wheeler, if there is a Sandbox winner today, is going to come through him.
Yeah, he's really stepped into his own. It's been wonderful to see him develop over the season. He was good right from the get-go as well.
Yeah.
Here is BDD. Probably needs no introduction, as he was all LCK third team. A lot of us here on the global side actually voted for him second, right behind Faker. But definitely a lot of competition, you can say, here in the LCK. We have so many fantastic mid laners.
Yeah, incredibly stacked role. BDD coming off of one of the toughest years of his career. We already saw him individually kind of blossom again at the end of summer last year, but wasn't enough for Nongshim. But this split, even with his beloved Pigeon not being in the meta as of the last patch, been great.
Now he just plays Taliyah every game.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Still fine.
Yeah. Closer, not getting voted into the top 3. Of course, you know, with Faker, BD, Chovy, Showmaker, what can you say? But this guy actually got 10 POGs over the course of this entire spring. And note that Liv Sandbox were in 6th, so they didn't even have as many wins as some of the other teams at the top of the standings. But still, Closer was able to be a standout performer in his role.
Both one of their biggest strengths and their liabilities, because if he does get banned out, we've seen him struggle as aiming. It's unbelievable to me that this man does not have a best of 5 win yet, because he's just been a great AD carry, always contesting for like top 3, top 4 over the last couple of years, but most notably has dealt with a lot of his inconsistencies. Some of his most memorable moments, a Kai'Sa going in when it shouldn't have, you know. Yep. We've seen none of that this split. As long as you ignore the Lucian Nami, they've been incredible, and he individually has been doing exceptional.
Yeah, absolutely. Envy here, trying to make a new reputation for himself in spring. He started off kind of making a new reputation in a different light, but immediately turned that around and has been one of the mainstays of the AD carry role here for the LCK. So definitely a place where I think that KT will have an advantage, of course, in the bot lane, what with Lehends. Speaking of which, coming down here as the All-LCK third team, also a guy who got many second place votes, an incredible support player who has his own style. He's pretty much everywhere on the map. He affects all roles and all lanes.
Lehends actually doing the double high five there, walking down the staircase. Big fan. And the best part to me about Lehends is when you look at the stats, you're like, hey, this man is in the bottom in a lot of categories. But then when you look at the games, he has undeniably been one of the big reasons as to why KT has been so successful. His impact has been incredible. And Kyle, an incredible support player in his own right, did struggle a little bit in like week 6 to 8, but came back pretty well last week. A gentle giant that I think is to be credited for a lot of the times him and Wheeler linking up when Sandbox do look good. It's going to rely on Kyle being informed, because if he individually isn't performing, I think the team has no shot.
Sparing a lot of the blushes of his AD carry as well. Definitely part of the reason why they're able to have a successful bot lane, just because Kyle is so strong. And there was the entirety of KT bowing as a squad to all of their fans.
Really, really awesome to see. And the underdogs here today, Liv Sandbox. Closer, you know, some wry grins. I think this team also knows the position that they're in, and that can be a boon. Playing from an underdog position, we saw that last Worlds, but you got to back it up with good play, and that is something that is going to be a lot tougher.
And here we do have the key player matchup, Cuz versus Willer. You were even talking about this earlier. Definitely going to be one of the angles that Live Sandbox could look for if they are trying to get some early leads and some potential wins in this best of 5.
And you see Cuz here, very high counter jungling, most notably, and a player that has shored up a lot of his early game weakness. We've seen very little of the Cuz that, you know, dies 2-3 times in the first 10-15 minutes of the game and is unable to kind of recuperate. And if it was that form of Cuz, I'd say that Willer would have a shot. But Willer is, to me, the main reason why Sandbox ever get anything done. If he doesn't start snowballing, if Cuz is in his jungle, keeps him on the back foot, and the solo lanes are doing well, and Willer can't get anything going, I think Sandbox will have an incredibly tough time here. And yeah, Keen and BDD, second and third Alpro respectively, have individually been performing insanely well. So for Sandbox here, it feels like there are so many issues that you need to deal with. You need to keep Lehends on lockdown, so you need a good bot lane matchup. But it also means that you need to make sure that you can get mid prio, because otherwise maybe BDD roams down. He's been very, very high impact on the map with his Taliyah, with picks like the TF. And also you can't leave top lane alone, because Birdle might not have been doing too hot, and Keen is on a tear at the moment, and you can just keep going and going.
Yeah.
All right, it's a tough ask here, and
there are a lot of angles.
A lot.
And there's part of the reason why a lot of us voted for 3-0 in favor of KT. I do feel like this is the most one-sided matchup we have in playoffs to start, but that sometimes is always the beginning of a wonderful upset, Chronicler. So let's jump into the pick ban here. KT did select red side, which is pretty interesting, but considering that their solo lanes are so strong, I don't think it's too surprising compared to some of our other teams.
I've also seen the draft change up a little bit with, I think, Annie, one of the very few picks that is still truly, without a shadow of a doubt, never ever let it through. Many other picks actually we've seen, even like Ashe, actually be allowed through and being kind of deferred to when it comes to the pick priority. Lee Sin has been extremely high on the prio list, and this to me is setting up for a B1 Lee Sin. It doesn't really give anything away, gets you a jungler that has an incredible amount of aggressive pressure.
You could just leave the Ashe open if you're expecting that.
Yeah.
Maybe you take the Lee Sin for yourself. As you mentioned, there are ways to counter it. We actually saw T1 Challengers yesterday, leaving it open and having some insane level 1 plays with Sion. They also got Annie in that series, which was kind of insane. 3-0 for them. But either way, in this one, Lee Sin still going to be the first pick with the Ashe available.
And with Viego being disabled, that also means that the Lee stock, of course, is on the rise. Viego was one of the few picks that was able to match the early skirmishing power and was able to kind of snowball into the Lee. Not going to be available here. And already 3 of the main junglers being taken away here, as it's going to be the Zeri here. Xin Zhao, though, has also been on the upfront and combines very well with Lulu, which is the expected pickup here on R3, and also works well together with Xin Zhao. So I think that there is a lot of synergy there.
I do agree, Chronicler, but it is Lehends, so maybe he just plays Blitzcrank.
I'm okay with that. It's a win-win. Either you get great synergy with Zeri Lulu, or we get Lehends on Blitz.
Yeah, because having Lehends on Lulu, and he's played it a bunch in the past, but it's not really where his strengths lie. As Aphelios Thresh will be the response.
And this is what we're talking about. Caitlyn and Lux, for example, are being left by the wayside here. And it makes sense as well.
Look at his face.
Well, yeah, into Thresh. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
He could.
This is the
There we go.
easiest lock-in.
As far as I'm aware, these are
so happy.
all Lehends games. And he has a 100% POG.
Yes, 100%
Right.
POG, 100% win rate. The guy is unbelievable on Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
So,
At laning, obviously, Zeri Blitz, not necessarily any large amount of synergy to speak of, but the power of Blitz into Aphelios, into Thresh is self-explanatory. Also puts a lot of extra importance on the mid lane matchup here. I know KT generally likes to give counterpick over to Keen, and I think that he uses that very well. But if there isn't a an opportunity here for them to go for, like, I would say a Gnar here on R4. I would prefer that they take it. I think the mid lane matchup is key because, with that Sylas, that is very clearly being signaled. Thank you, Valdez. Because it means the BDD will have a matchup where he can get Prio, he can pull out his Yone, he can pull out even, which we haven't seen, but there's a couple of other BDD comfort picks. Zoe comes to mind as well that I think are somewhat on the cusp of viability. And having that makes your bot lane a bit safer, because I do worry about the 2v2 here if Cuz or BDD isn't able to impact. It's going to be Veigar instead.
Yeah, pretty interesting. A lot of our teams here thinking that Veigar is just really strong. They're willing to blind pick it. There's not a lot of things that can counter it right now, especially on 13.5. So just going to be locked in straight away. They're going to save that counter pick for Keen. Maybe they still do pick Gnar, but it will depend on what we do see here for Bertol.
K'Sante would be the obvious choice here. K'Sante or Gnar, both... Gnar is generally what Sandbox defaults to in situations like this. But there is also a Jax, and even though Jax, I think, has dropped a little bit in priority, Keen has been incredible on this pick. It's been banned away from him many times. And with a K'Sante, I think a Jax here makes complete sense as well, if he does want to go in that direction.
He requested something, and it did not look like Gnar or Jax. Maybe a Fiora? Just trying to read his lips here. But let's see what they do actually lock in for Keen. He has the straight-up counter pick. And it's...
Oh my god, yeah.
Malphite. Okay. They're not holding back here against Liv Sandbox. They're coming in with the new picks right from game one in a match they're extremely favored against.
You're Envy. You're trying to play the video game. And then you see the Blitzcrank, you're like, okay, that'll be tough, but maybe we can make it work. But with Malphite as well, man, that's rough. You're not going to be able to punish him in lane. K'Sante, his nerfs to his laning have been very successful, and I don't expect Keen to struggle there. And like post-lane, who kills Malphite? Like, Closer will not kill Malphite. There is no way. Man.
K'Sante? Who kills Malphite? I don't know.
No one. No one kills Malphite.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And yeah, I mean, Thresh can only do so much, right? Like, he can Lantern, he can try to frontline, he can try to flay, but you can't flay a guy who's unstoppable. So, very nice pick here on R5, and I was considering a Fiora or like just a straight up tank, right? But Keen, not really a guy who pulls out the Malphite, but I think he's really showcasing his incredibly deep champion pool with this as well. Just straight away from game one, he's like, no, this is the pick. I request it. This is the way.
And Sandbox, I think, have very narrow win conditions in this draft. You're basically relying on controlling the game from start to finish, because their individual pick is amazing. And if they can snowball the map, there might be a shot like Lee and Ahri and Fresh. These picks can really snowball a match. But looking at what KT have available, I don't know how well it synergizes together, but as far as into the Sandbox draft, I'd be worried.
Very fun draft here for game number one from KT. Let's jump onto the Rift and see how it goes. Yes, Chronicler, this skin does have cats in it.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan now that I know that.
Yeah, that was actually very important. Valdez didn't like the skin, and then I showed him the
cats.
what it means. And
yeah.
He was hooked.
That's all I needed to know. And yeah, Lehends has been a menace on the Blitzcrank. Just the fact that he gets a very easy spot to pick it in. Like, Liv Sandbox coming into this one in terms of preparation, that should have been one of their bullet points. Like, by the way, Lehends is really insane on these roaming type supports, on the Blitzcrank specifically with a couple of stars next to it. And then they picked Aphelios Thresh.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of that decision, Chronicler, to be honest.
No, it just means, even more so than usual, that once you start falling behind, I think the game becomes incredibly tough to play out. Because even though you do have very mobile picks in the Ahri and the Lee that can kind of try and bait out hooks, and you have Bertol who can tank one, it's not going to make your laning phase much better. And like if Closer gets hooked and he ults away, that's still a big win for you. And then, as mentioned, I think the Malphite here really provides a big issue because come late game, this is kind of an Envy 1v9 type draft, right? Maybe if Wheeler and Closer snowball really hard, they'll be fine, but Closer also going for the spellbook here, expecting him to opt into like the more utility style. And that just kind of cements what I was saying earlier. If the first couple of skirmishes don't go your way, if you don't find leads with maybe a level 6 power play from that Lee and Ahri and snowball some early objectives, game's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah. The other issue I feel is that BDD was just allowed to pick up the Veigar, which nowadays in the pro players' minds and on our team's minds, this is so strong. And I think part of the reason is that it's just relatively safe. Like into the current mid-meta, you're not really in a lot of trouble. And yes, we do see the Ahri who can kind of skirt around the box and stuff like that and has a lot of mobility to kind of avoid what Veigar brings in, but he can just kind of sit there and put up a box. Even if Willer tries to come in and make a play, just to sit back, he even has the unsealed spellbook just in case he loses a flash or something, just for some extra added safety. I just think it's a really nice blind pick here into what we see currently in the meta nowadays.
I would agree. There's also Taliyah already being banned away, and I think Taliyah is one of the picks that can actually threaten the Veigar, as it was actually Brutal that played it last almost a year ago.
Playoffs as well. Playoff round 2 against good old Doran. And, I don't remember the exact game, but I would assume it was a little bit later on in the drafts, trying to make an interesting pick as... this is something that Live Sandbox can do. Try to get some early prio, try to get Willer out on the map and aggressive. Not going to go for any dives or anything like that, though.
Do see Envy and Cal playing aggressively here, as is expected. Also, Envy starting with both PTA and Doran's Blade, so aiming at lands. Just gotta take the beating. You might fall behind a little bit. It's not going to be the end of the world. Kaz also going for the lethal tempo here on the Xin Zhao. Which in extended trade is going to feel amazing here. And not too much happening as for now, which you would expect. For KT, I think you can really take it easy and play a little bit more reactive until you get some AP on BDD, the first item for aiming.
Uh-oh. Closer trapped in the cage. Not a lot of mana here for BDD, but he's certainly going to push Closer away. And with the lane pushing in, Closer almost forced to stick around, even going to miss that one. So kind of an unfortunate spot for him, as he might miss some CS that will go into the turret, but he does have TP, of course.
And BDD already building a pretty decent leader. Wave will crash and should equalize at least somewhat, but if you are not getting anything done in this Ahri versus Veigar matchup, it obviously isn't going to go your way. We've seen how incredibly strong Veigar is. And even though I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of the Roa into Seraph's build, I do think that into some matchups can be very effective, but I really like it when Veigar is a bit more on the aggressive side. But it does mean that you're effectively unkillable, particularly into a pretty short range composition here, because Sandbox, the longest range that they have is a Phalios, which is not ideal.
Sometimes it's okay.
Well, Calibrum is great.
Yeah.
But if you don't have that, which at team fights generally you should, life is tough.
Not the choice. And we do see the Ahri going back and picking up first item Merc Treads. This is just the way of things into Veigar. It almost feels like a mini... the old days where you would pick like Malzahar or something and force people to buy QSS. It's like the mini tax into Veigar. People are like, well, we just got to get Merc Treads. And, it's okay. On Ahri, you can go for stuff like the Horizon Focus build and stuff like that, but definitely not going to be the super hard-hitting early game Ahri.
Yeah, so it actually feels really bad because it's going to make your ability, which is already not great, to take down Malphite later on, worse. But also, like, what actually is your Merc Tread value outside of the cage?
Veigar.
Yeah.
Well, outside of the cage, no.
Well, that's my point. Like Malphite's a knock-up. Kuz has a knock-up. Lance has his grab and a knock-up. You're not actually getting that much out of it, so it feels really bad. And
it's the Veigar tax.
Yeah, well,
that's what it is.
Not going to feel good about it as there is a ward here, which is now spotted. Do you think you can go for an early Drake here? Would quite like that from Sandbox. Can do this on Vision as well because you have all the prio. And this is a Chemtech Drake, so maybe Feldas. They can get a good soul. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, I think a lot of different souls in this game in particular are going to be quite strong. You know, outside of the obvious ones, Infernal and Hextech, but even Mountain and Cloud, I feel like are going to be quite strong in this one, considering the compositions and stuff like that, the engage potential, the super fast sprinting pick champions on this map for both sides could really benefit from a Cloud Soul. It's not going to be Hextech. We do have Hextech Drake here on the map.
I love Hextech Rift. My favorite Rift. Just teleporting everywhere.
Well, there's a cage, and now Closer's in a little bit of trouble. He does have a Xinjiao on top of him. He gets knocked up mid-Spirit Rush as the arm goes in, and he's ticking down. First blood given over to BDD, who switches over to Ignite for the gank with his spell book. Cannot go any more perfectly for him.
Really nicely done there, and Birdo or Closer are going to be feeling, man, if only I flashed earlier. Actually starts off that play decently well by dodging most of the damage that Cuz is able to do. But the cage is one thing, but the moment that you do see Cuz walking in, you gotta get out of there, right? As you can see, dodge is part of the damage, but not going to be enough. And final Ignite tick does end up getting him. You can't die in that situation there with your Summoner still available. Because now on a follow-up gank, same thing might happen. If he cages you and he has flash, your BDD can literally just flash cage, and if Lands or Cuz is there, you're probably going to end up dying.
Yeah. So now Closer is an Ahri with Merc Treads into cage. That died early on and is giving money over to BDD, who can get an earlier Rod. And, you know, say what you want about the build, but the super early Rod,
that's always
agree with
good.
you, right? But if you do get it early, it's going to feel spectacular. So just amazing start here for KT. Even though it is a small gold lead, it's more than just the gold.
Yeah, it's more so the Seraph. I think Roa is a very strong item, and on Veigar makes a ton of sense. Does provide you with a lot of extra survivability, and that's not the start that you want or need if you're Sandbox. And KT, again, they're like, yeah, we can play this easy. We're not in a rush. If we can get to front-to-back team fights here, we're feeling peachy. Even see BDD making sure that his bot lane is fine.
Oh boy, already a hook on an Envy, and there's nobody actually here, but I feel like it's Lehens's way of saying, hey, by the way, I haven't done much in this game, but you'll see me soon.
The Mobies are bought. Lehens, full build.
Unlocked.
Cuz?
Cuz in a little bit of trouble. He is going to go into the Crescent Guard. He's pulled into the Ahri, and both of them can jump on, but the Malphite ultimate gets them both and immediately turns the fight around as Kane flashes into two others. Does not give a damn. Might actually go down, but he's got BDD coming in. As yes, Willer will take down the Rift Herald, but Q's gonna miss, and this is turning into a landslide for the side of KT, as Cuz will pick up the last kill, and KT just continue with their lead.
Absolute disaster there for Sandbox, and so well played by KT. It's the healing from Xin Zhao that in these crucial moments comes to part, and you gotta hit your skills. Closer gets his charm flashed, and that's what ends it, right? If he's able to get the kill, if they get the actual execute on the Xin Zhao, they might be fine. And they don't, right? So Cuz can just heal up, potions are ticking, Cage comes through, and that's the end of it. And yeah, you get Herald, who cares? So well done. That looked like it was maybe last year Cuz moment, right? Like, is doing the Herald, gets caught, but then
Calculated.
Perfectly calculated. His team is there, and now he has an early Gore Drinker. You have the Rod of Ages done for BDD.
And, you know, if we're showing a gold difference graph 11 minutes into the game, you know there's a big reason. Because it is such a game turner into the favor of KT. That one fight, there were so many kills that are just given over to so many critical targets Like, Cuz is going to have a Gore Drinker already. Like, nobody's going to be able to kill this Xin Zhao now, so all these Drakes should be going to the side of KT. Bot lane is stabilized now. Keen comes in with the perfectly timed ultimate onto both of them, flashes into 3 people, gets the second kill, and is really showing off the power of the Malphite.
He's not even close to his final form yet, Valdez.
It's just getting started.
No one's going to kill the Rock. It's going to be impossible. And KT off to an amazing start here. And even if Sandbox had actually been able to get that kill, right? Say they get the kill on Cuz, they're able to get the Herald, it would feel good, but it still wouldn't have really been enough unless they got a dive off towards the bot side maybe. Caught KT off guard.
I'd say as KT, you're just hoping this is not Ocean. I think Ocean is okay, but not as good as the others. Even Cloud, like I was saying, I think Cloud Soul is going to provide a lot. Also, the Cloud Rift allows you to really close the gap from ahead and look for those extra picks. So it will be Cloud in this game.
Yeah, I don't even think that, like KT, I don't think they really care as long as it's not a dragon that's like too good, and even then it's 1-to-1 in Drakes. I think Mountain is the only one that you might struggle with a little bit because BDD with this build is going to have a very late either Rabba or Void. So
yeah, I just think that
angle.
KT are never going to lose another Drake from here on
No,
out.
I don't.
So I think they're just hoping for the highest value for them. They're like, well, our Xin Zhao is ginormous. Let's just take all the Drakes. Let's take all the objectives. They have mid prio now because BDD is miles ahead. He already finishes Rod at 11 minutes into the game. Lens has Moby Boots, so that's self-explanatory. He's going to be out on the map looking to make some plays. And I think as Willer here, it's going to be tough to find an angle to really make a difference on the map. Like,
he's just
for a
standing
bot dive
there
at this time.
menacingly.
He's just standing there. He keeps doing this. It's very scary. Yeah, I just don't see the angle for Willer to try to get his team online now. As, okay, we are going to have the Moonlight Vigil pushed in as aiming does take a big chunk. Not sure he's too worried about that.
Like it's an okay amount of damage if you have river control and you can actually push this area away.
Yeah.
And it speaks to the desperation that I think Sandbox is feeling. Understandably, you have the pick composition that wasn't able to get ahead early, and even the potential of like a late game Aphelios carry, I do think into KT becomes very hard because the power of the Blitz and the Malphite, most notably. If Malphite ever gets an ultimate off and aiming jumps in with you, life becomes very hard, and we do have the Everfrost now done. It starts with a single pick. If Sandbox are able to get a hook on someone, chain it into a charm and kind of start the ball rolling, that will be their main angle back into this game. But then I ask you, who do you actually kill here? And you don't have map control. I don't even want to get into that. But if you look at the targets...
Yeah, I mean, maybe BDD?
Well, yeah, but he has Ghost and Flash.
Yeah.
And Stopwatch.
I mean, if you land a charm, I think he's killable. Like, at least he doesn't have Cleanse.
Yeah. Well,
like, because I was going to think aiming, but he's got Shield Bow and Cleanse and Flash, and he's Ares. So I don't think he's the target.
It's probably Lehends, if anyone.
Yeah.
But, you know, with Lehends, it's always, are you picking him or is he picking you? And yeah, I think Sandbox try and go for maybe an aggressive player, bait KT to go in. I think you can still win skirmishes at this point in time. KT, particularly if Keen isn't there, can still be caught off guard. And their 5v5, I think, is somewhat worse if they can't find a big hook.
Well... Okay, we're going to put down the box here as a lot of things are missing BDD. He's just running around 3 members. He might go down here as he does have to flash. This is a 4v3 in favor of Liv Sandbox, but the stopwatch comes in, and the damage on the Envy is there, but they will finally take him out. Willer getting low as well. So many low health bars just because he's just so fed in this game. Nice charm, though, from the side of Closer. Will pick up a shutdown to the mid laner, Liv Sandbox. As flash in, flash by Closer. As Keen now just on the run, he is tanky enough. But we'll get the flash at a Closer at least, I suppose.
And when as good as it gets from Sandbox is you trade a few kills, but you lose your bot lane turret. That's not great. And credit to BDD here, right? Like, immediately pops the Ghost, and with the extra movement speed, like, that's one dodge. That's 2 dodge.
3.
That's 3 dodge. And if any of those hits, they probably kill BDD and they might win the skirmish. And it's again just the individual class of KT shining through here. Envy ends up getting hooked, needs to walk forward, but as a result is a very easy target. And this is where the Fed that Cuz is as fed as he is really shines through, right? Is able to tank that much, then does end up eating a charm, so that's a nice shutdown for Closer. As Keen, even with the flash, Malphite is definitely a flashable ult when you are an LCK pro.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely.
But still.
Yeah. Chronica, we have 3 Merc Treads now built on the side of Live Sandbox. Again, we ask, you know, what is that going to be for? I guess it's for the cage.
Well, I think there's some MR attached, which is nice.
Yeah. Well,
it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a rough spot. And I think some of the individual mechanical skill of Closer really shone through in that fight. Like the charm onto Cuz was pretty insane. And, you know, it's hard to hit a ghosting Veigar with even though he does have tier 1 boots. As the Sandbox are trying to take a Drake.
Contest this.
I think that's illegal. I'm not sure about that. Okay, nice kick here. Willard just trying to survive. Hook is going to miss.
Yeah, no vision there. But that's already a big cooldown gone. KT don't have anything invested.
And
gonna get this.
So, yeah, this is their Drake to take. I think Live Sandbox trying to sneak one early. As Keen doesn't have flash, but he does have ult as we're zooming in onto the unstoppable force that is Keen right now.
Aww.
Oh.
Aww.
Aww. Raptor just wants to go down and nobody can take him down.
Yeah.
It's rough.
He's standing there alone without his friends.
Yeah.
That's mean. Sandbox, they are 3k goal behind. Drakes are starting to stack up as well. And things are looking dicey, but I do think that what we saw there as well, if Sandbox can like pick off one target, take him down, move on to the next one, those type of scrappy skirmishes, they can definitely win. It's aiming already on 2 items here. 20 CS up, also got the first Turbo solo. BDD is approaching his 2-item like evolved spike at like 21 minutes. That's...
Yep. It's a very nice spot here for KT. And I'm curious to see how they're going to be pushing their leads here. You know, they will take down the Cloud Drakes, but it's not like an Infernal where Live Sandbox might just have to throw down to force it there. Like, they did try to steal it away real quick onto the Cloud, but the second they got challenged, they just ran away, and they're like, okay, you got a Cloud. And it's not the end of the world, so perhaps they can do something with that, as Envy is taking a big amount of damage there in the mid lane, as Baron is about to spawn. Do you think they might just start it up here, Chronicler?
Well, I think forcing a fight, or forcing Sandbox to fight is a pretty great call. I don't think you should actually try to flip the Baron. Also, never get near Elder. We've seen what happens. Willer has stolen some of those this split. But the main thing that KT are going to be struggling with in this mid game is that they are very short range. But if you have a Herald, which they just plant it down in mid and you can take down a mid lane turret, then that becomes a lot easier already. The threat of Herald alone.
Oh, it's full health. And they have such reliable dive. Like, it's insane, right? You can also zone really well with the cage. Like, nobody's going to get near KT when the cage is down. So, cage goes up, they get that charge into the inner, and immediately map control is being swallowed up here by KT in the mid lane.
Man, BDD can't believe that he's going to be too early to like hit level 16 with his Roa.
Yeah, that's
unbelievable.
Okay.
Cuz?
Yeah, Closer has to Spirit Rush.
That's an old source.
Oh, we got a rotation up here as well, as Flash now available for Closer. They're not going to dive any turrets. KT, I think, playing a very balanced game one. Not really trying to force anything, and they don't really have to. They have a very nice scaling composition with the Veigar and the Zeri, and a nice, reliable front line that can engage. So just wait it out and look for the very strong angles, you know, the 90%ers, rather than trying to dive an Ahri with Flash and Cleanse.
Yeah, particularly with mid lane turret being down, they're very easily able to now invade, start placing vision, and choke Sandbox out of this game. The one thing that I think KT have to be careful for, barring, you know, the obvious Elder flips or Barons or diving between 2 turrets, with not enough map control, which they very clearly were aware of as well, is that if they go in for a hard engage, and Envy now finishing his IE as well, which I maybe would have liked BT more. I do think he might run into some issue here if he does get focused down, but as long as Envy has Flash, I think he can still play the team fights, because unless Cuz or King get on top of him before the fight starts, which, you know, if that happens, there's not a lot that can save you. That's like the one angle, so not overextending into like a Flash from Envy, then gets the Ghost and Kite back. That's like the one thing I think you have to be worried about, but you just keep scaling. You know, BDD is thinks he's the trapper.
Yeah, he's about to get collapsed on here, as we do have teleport that has to be used from Keen just to kind of save him. We did have Lehens up there on the top side, so actually a nice little moment for Live Sandbox. They get the flash out of BDD, they get the teleport out of Keen. Might get them a small amount of breathing room.
Apparently there's still 23 health on that mid lane turret. On the inner.
Yeah.
Not a great feeling for Sandbox. There we go.
It's gone. So 2 towers now gone in the mid lane. BDD still has his teleport, so he can just take this down. Veigar actually does a very nice job of chunking turrets with his enormous amount of AP, as Hook actually going to miss. It's not every day you see that. So I was a little bit surprised. Just trying to set up here for this dragon, as Bertle does have a nice angle. BDD TPing in, but now the flash in onto Bertle. They're trying to collapse on the Cassante as the knock up onto the Lantern, and meanwhile Closer just dies. So no Lantern tank here for Bertle, who's just desperately trying to survive and will not be able to, as Cuz will pick up his 5th kill of the game. 2 picks for KT, that should be another Drake, but instead, they'll just take the Baron.
Yeah, they can go for Baron here. Shouldn't be too high risk with every one of them still alive. A lot of team fighting, power not available here. Although we're 23 minutes in, and there are 2 teleports available. So maybe if Sandbox can stall, but with Lehens standing guard, I don't think they'll be able to. Keen also zoning in. Wheeler has been spotted. That should mean that he is not able to make his way into this pit.
Should mean, but he's got a nice angle. I don't know if they have a lock on him right now. They're going to turn onto Kyle. As Wheeler, okay, he's going to be spotted now. They do have a Veigar as well, as Closer's trying to get into the pit as well. The cage is there, and the Lee Sin will not be making it into the pit anytime soon, as Chaos is breaking out on the rip. BDD's just running away. Meanwhile, Closer going to die again, as he was desperately trying to help his team pick up the Baron. And Wheeler's just going for a nice little walk through the enemy base.
Bounties are up, and this first game between KT and Sandbox is playing exactly out as we expected. KT just kind of running them over. The biggest surprise, if anything, is that it's Cuz doing the biggest gapping here, right? Able to play the early skirmishes incredibly well. Yep. There were 3 bans. The junglers, they pick away Lee, and he's like, yeah, no worries. I'm playing Xin Zhao. Does very well. This is also textbook here from KT. The turn here, very good. Sandbox has to try and pressure, because otherwise Wheeler doesn't have an angle.
Yeah.
But with the cage placement here, nothing to be done. Look, they waited out. Cage is there. Not a flip at all. It's just a textbook game from KT. Like, they win a few early skirmishes, and that's all they needed.
It's just insane how incredibly clean this game is.
Yeah.
Like, there were a couple of slightly, a little bit scary moments, right? Where, like, they got the flash out of BDD in top lane, or, like, the moment they 4v3'd in mid that one time. Other than that, there has been 100% control going to the side of KT. I mean, from the red side, they are just kind of booming the Chronicler.
Even that 3 versus 4, like, they got a bot lane turn.
Okay. Oh, that was so close. I will always get hyped for the meow meow hooks.
Oh, well, Lehens. You're Everfrost. Yeah, silly goose. Yeah, there's no mountain or anything, so BDD is just going to go Rabadons, and he already is up to about 600 AP.
Yep.
So he's going to be a very happy Veigar.
Level 17.
Lance just hack flashing. He's minding his own business.
Baron is getting insane value too, 3,200 the lead now as they're trying to collapse on a BDD. He does have flash and a cage, so Willer in a lot of trouble here as Hook does go down onto Lehends, but what will be the cost as Willer... Okay, they're going pretty deep on this one. The cage gonna miss everybody. Keen also goes down, as they absolutely did not have to dive these turrets. Is now a charm onto Cuz all of a sudden, as massive Goredrinker value is going to come in, but he is absolutely dead. As the two carries left alone going 2v5, as one comes in, but he's got to cleanse. And not a dream, as this inhibitor might also be going down, but looks like they will actually respect it and just back away.
Man, can't believe KT turned this from a like 3.5k gold Baron power play into only 2k.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of silliness here. First time that KT, I think, make a couple of bad decisions back to back. Very nicely played by Sandbox. This is exactly the type of fight they want, where everyone is trickling in one by one. Then, you know, we're really fat, so we can go in, right? And then they keep going. Really good charms from Closer, but you get the kills, you get a few shutdowns, most notably the one on Cuz. That's big for Envy. He will actually be a legitimate threat now in this game. And if Aiden doesn't have cleanse, might be a little more worried, but like look at the look at the gold score in the map state.
9,000 the lead now.
That one's for morale, Veldas. That's for the Sandbox morale for game 2.
Yeah.
That allows it to rally. Look at that. Tiny upwards
that little
there.
uptick, yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Oh.
KT having a little bit of fun. Like I was saying, you know, they didn't have to do this, but they are about to kick Cloud Soul as well, so they're going to be sprinting all over Live Sandbox in just a moment. And, you know, it does start with the draft, you know, as we were saying, like Live Sandbox's comp, they really needed to get ahead and get some early picks, but once that failed, we're in this game state where obviously now it's very out of hand, but even like in the mid-game, it kind of felt helpless. They were looking for picks, but when you don't have map control, you don't have vision, KT can kind of see everything coming. It does feel kind of dire when you're playing a pick comp that kind of needed to get ahead, and then you just can't get any picks.
It also shows some of the issues that Sandbox have had and why I think they've been faltering so much, and that is that this team only works when they're ahead. Like, that's why those early skirmishes, even if they don't go for a draft like this, which is...
the big man is coming in from behind the team. As, okay, well, we're just chipping away a massive 3-man knockup into there, and you were talking about morale. That might just be all gone. Willer trying to kick him away, as meanwhile in the back line, Lehends is soloing Bertle. So, yeah, Keen just gonna taxi in his Blitzcrank and help him out a little bit, as it looks like KT with this push might be able to get the job done.
And KT, overpowering performance here, showcasing some of that creativity, the Malphite pick that we haven't seen in a year.
That was a shellacking, Chronicler. That was game 1 of a best of 5, and you just get punished like that. I don't even know what I would say as a coach. KT come in looking incredibly strong.
And what scares me most is these drafts. Keen and KT saying, hey, we can just put Keen on the tank as well, is a very scary development and then still winning the fights. Keen still obviously being more than adept enough on the Malphite. That, like, if they can do that and they can pick a Xin Zhao after you ban away a bunch of junglers, and they can pick Veigar and still win the top side 3v3. When you are the team that not only drafts, but also as a playstyle is highly reliant on winning early skirmishes, and it all goes that poorly early on, you know, maybe in game number 2 the skirmishes do go your way and you actually get to play the game. But after that first one,
Wait, what? I mean, I guess a lot of it was in the lane, but still, like, that's just kind of gross. Keen, the most damage in the game, had some big ultimates as the game did come along, especially on the Rift Herald fight, which was really, it felt like kind of the nail in the coffin, you know? As you're mentioning, you know, you pick a comp, you're trying to get early picks, you don't get those early picks, but not only that, you lose such a one-sided fight on the Herald, the first Herald at that. It's not going to look good for you after that. So, KT making a statement here in game number 1. As we'll have to see if they continue with this dominance going into the rest of the series. But guys, we will take a break and have the space after. We'll be right back.
나이스 걸렸고. 야 앞에 높을 앞에 높을.
찍었어.
앞에 높을 큰한테
그다음부터.
큰한테.
야나 지평선 내
야 앞에만 볼게.
앞으로 가자. 앞으로 가자.
앞에 높을이야.
좋은데? 좋아.
앞에 높을.
얘들아
봐줄래? 큰한테리 봐줄래?
앞으로 갈게. 앞으로.
큰한테 봐줄게. 애가 미디엄 들고 끌댄스 하자.
미드.
나
야, 집 끊어줄래? 집
집
끊어줘.
끊어줄게.
이번에 집 끊으면 끝나?
잘했다. 근데 이거 블리츠 하기 진짜 힘들다. 나 혼자 해야 되는 거래, 얘들아.
나 스탄데. 천천히 볼게.
잘했다. 나이스.
What an impressive game coming through here from KT.
Flip Sandbox! I don't know what it is with this team, but they won another series.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. We just had game number 1 of our round 1 of playoffs, first match here between KT and Liv Sandbox. And this time around, KT clean 1-0. Nothing to see here so far. Let's look at the draft. Gentlemen, take us through what you thought about it.
I really didn't mind the Thresh that much here. I think a lot of people were worried about it, how it was going to perform into the Blitzcrank in lane in particular because of the range issue that you have there, but they actually laned very well. I love the Thresh with Ahri, and especially with K'Sante as well, because you can set up these deep dives with the all-out and the charms with the ults from Ahri, and then use the Lantern to do what I like to call spacewalk, basically, where you're like out there, you look for a pick, you're always safe. But ultimately, it wasn't enough because you didn't have enough map control to ever look for those picks.
Yeah, I think something I had a concern about as well was I love the Malphite pick here, but it's like you're basically into a full AD team. The only real magic damage is that Ahri, and the Ahri went like Merc Treads, Everfrost, Horizon, and was really far behind. Like you weren't pumping magic damage, so the Malphite was always going to scale well, the Veigar as well. It felt like KT were always safe unless they fell behind early, and early things went really well.
Yeah, they kind of did. I think the bottom side of the map went pretty well for Liv Sandbox, though we were a little bit concerned in the very early game about whether KT were going to be able to do enough. But let's have a look at our first highlight here, ladies and gentlemen, and see the invincible Cuz and his inability to die.
So even though KT win this fight, I had serious concerns with how this is all set up because Cuz is taking a Herald alone here, and they do not have Cryo actually, so he gets collapsed on. He lives with 23 health, and it's actually Keen who helps save him here with the Crescent Guard coming through, and they barely win this subsequent fight, but risky call nonetheless.
Yeah, I think if there's like a split second later on that Malphite ult, this fight doesn't go the same. Like you needed Cuz to get that damage off, and this is a risk that you didn't need to take. You know, as I was saying, you have Malphite, Zeri, Veigar. You don't need to flip the game over a Herald, and realistically, that's kind of what this was.
Yeah, and I mean, they win it, and they get a huge amount of map control, and all of the concerns I had about the Malphite go away here because you get this lead, Veigar's winning mid, bottom side you're stable, and then Malphite can ult all over the map all the time with the Xin Zhao in conjunction with each other. If you fall behind, you lose this fight, you probably lose the game because Malphite can never be aggressive, your Xin Zhao is going to be pretty useless here. So, close call, KT Rolster. You won it, but it wasn't one of those moments where like, great move here, we're like, ooh, very lucky that worked out.
Yeah. Results based. Definitely looked fantastic, but like you say, a few concerns for that play, but it wouldn't be the Rolster Coaster without a play like that to set us on the right track. And here's another one. This is a little bit of wallet diff, but also a fight, and again, well played by KT.
Yeah, and I think it's just insane the fact that twice in a row we see the K'Sante get his escapes interrupted. There was a Lantern and then the dash here as well, but KT managed to get this fight set up for the Baron, and it's so difficult to approach a team that has so many scary engage tools on top of the cage.
Yeah.
And when they do move in with a numbers disadvantage, it's just, there's no chance of recovery from this point.
And they track the TP here from the Ahri, and also the Event Horizon blocks a potential 50-50 here, so Lee Sin isn't able to do anything. Nice try here from Willer and Closer, but it's just desperation at this point. And Brodal's flank in the previous part of this highlight where he is collapsed on and interrupted twice isn't as risky when you consider the Lantern and Casante's escapes, but at this point in time, you're just looking for desperate flanks, you're looking for anything, but KT just weren't going to be caught off guard.
Yeah, I think it's clear that if KT managed to get a lead, they know exactly what to do with it. It's just those moments like the Herald moment where if Sandbox are going to take a game in the series or multiple games, it's going to come down to execution there and then carrying it through to the rest of the game.
And an interesting development here as well, gentlemen. Liv Sandbox have moved to the blue side once again for game number 2. We were having a bit of a discussion saying that we thought that red side was pretty strong on this patch right now. Do you have any inklings as to why blue side was picked?
I mean, it's going to give you the opportunity to pick Lee Sin, but I think the three of us kind of collectively agree that's not that good prio-wise.
Yeah.
I think red side is much stronger because you get to get your duo in the bottom lane. You have that counter pick there. I think it's much stronger, so I'm a little bit surprised by this.
Yeah, I think a lot of the power picks have been eroded quite a bit. You know, we're seeing less of like the Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami you saw early in the season. Right now, like big first picks are like Kennen and Lee, which, you know, they're not bad picks. They are strong, but it's not like draft defining, and I think having the counter opportunity on red side, like the Blitzcrank counter into the Thresh, and then also having that last pick option off the Malphite is a lot more powerful, but only if teams utilize it.
Yeah, we actually saw this yesterday in the Challenger playoffs as well, and the day before, that oftentimes getting these counter picks is really important. But another thing in best of fives is to put your opponent in a position that they're uncomfortable in, right? And we saw KT elect to go onto the red side first off, and not going into a change is also like another side to the coin.
Yeah, I also think Closer right now is very weak in this meta because he's not able to play the picks that he really likes. Like, he wants to play a Kali, he wants to play the Sylas, and if he doesn't have counter pick, he's more often going to actually be forced on these uncomfortable picks rather than when he's on red side where he has that counter pick available.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at who picks up the POG for this one. I think our vote went for Cuz, and he is going to collect it on the immortal Xin Zhao this game. Although he did die twice, so I guess not that immortal, but was immortal in our first highlight that we demonstrated, and being able to just get work done all over the map.
Yeah, I mean, BDD already had a solid laning phase in the Ahri, but pushing that ahead, putting the solo AP behind, and then this moment, obviously, it was a bit of a risky one, but when the Malphite ult does come in, there's a fantastic job to capitalize on that, and it just felt like from there, Xin Zhao really set the pace of the game.
Yeah, he was just taking his gold advantage and pushing it all over the map. I thought kind of a good shout out here for Keen, who had some really good engages. Obviously, a lot of the map was given to him by this Xin Zhao and this early fight, but he took that control and set up so many amazing engages. This also a great moment here with the interrupts on the Lantern. And Cuz just pulling out the Xin Zhao, a pick he's played a lot in the past and is becoming more and more relevant after Owner picked it just last week.
Yeah, actually looking fantastic. Let's have a look. 8 out of 11, and the rest of them going to BDD. And looking over our highlights, I was so sure that Cuz was going to get it, but after the highlights, I'm like, BDD though, he had a pretty good game. So, shout outs to those that did pick BDD. But it is now time to head over to the casters to bring us game number 2 in this Best of 5 series.
Thank you, Atlas and the Walks duo. They're on the space as we are getting into game number 2 here. KT Rolster, they're kind of right, you know, taking some early chances, but it still felt like they were in total control the entire time, which I think is part of the reason why KT are looking so strong nowadays. They just have immense trust in each other, and Keen was right there to catch Cuz when he was falling.
And for Sandbox, as even in the highlight moments that they had throughout the split, this team didn't really do anything crazy in drafts. And that's something that in a best of 5 gets even more punished. If you have a game draft like that in game number 1 and it doesn't really quite work out, a lot of other teams, they might try to pivot. Maybe you go for a bit more scaling, maybe you try and look for some different angles. I wouldn't be surprised if Sandbox just kind of runs it back here. There weren't any big individual champions that I think were the issue on KT. It was just them playing better, right? There wasn't one big problem. The Veigar would be like the most notable, but even that felt like it could have been another mage, and the outcome kind of would have been similar. So I'm wondering what Sandbox their approach is going to be, or if they're going to substantially swap it up for KT. You know, for all I can, run it back with that draft.
Yeah.
You got a pretty decisive victory there.
So far, same bans. Especially when it comes to the bans, I think it still makes sense. Except now, we're going to ban Veigar. So, Vi available, I think that's okay as well, but getting BDD off of immense comfort into Leah or Veigar is the new strategy here for Live Sandbox in Game 2.
It's interesting as that is one of the strategies that you'd expect teams to kind of bring out against Sandbox because Closer is such an important part of this team. Lucian gonna get taken away here as well. We already know that KT's bot lane should be kept away from Lucian Nami. And I was expecting maybe Zeri priority here, not gonna be the case. It's gonna be the Wukong picked up here over the Lee. Most notably here, Vi also still available as a pick that we've seen many a time into the Wukong, and also good into the Zeri. Now, of course, with Wukong already picked up, the expectation is that Vi will be fine regardless, but this gives you an opportunity to maybe again counter pick here. Bot lane matchup was fine, so maybe we just go for that again.
I feel like they're gonna change it, maybe go like Zyra Khan here, which is interesting. To say the least. We haven't been too big of fans, but no, they're actually not going to. So Felios is the same. Let's see if Thresh is the same. Looks to be that way. So a little bit of a run back. Obviously, we do have a different jungle matchup, but same bottom lanes I would expect.
I wouldn't have minded if they went for a Felios and the Jace here, which is a flex pick for Sandbox. And then maybe you can like look into, say, Kalista later on, pick that can still provide additional safety to Willer, but you can't really blind it. We are effectively just doing the same thing. Although now we have Vi instead of Xin Zhao, so the early dueling I think a little bit weaker, but much more CC and chain potential here as we get into the mid game.
Lehend still undefeated on this pick. And after the way Game 1 went, I'm kind of feeling like that will continue. As Sylas is going to be banned away once again. Renekton here. A couple of the other bans we saw in Game 1 were LeBlanc and TF. A lot of focus on the mid lane. Could definitely see the TF pick once again because TF Blitz is pretty gross, and I don't think you want to play that. But maybe this time KT leave LeBlanc up so that BDD can select that on R4. Let's see what they elect to do.
Yeah, if I Blitz on LeBlanc or if I Blitz on TF is not... No, you don't.
No.
That is a no-no. And if you ban the TF, then maybe you can also look for a Kali. If you don't ban TF here, then that never remains an option because obviously we know how good BDD is in that matchup. Rod of Ages also turned a matchup that was already TF favored, like even more so because you don't even have that many all-in windows anymore due to the extra sustain. So going to be the Malphite here instead. It does mean if KT just blind a top laner here, then even if Sandbox end up going for one of Closer's most iconic champions and something that he's very comfortable on, you have the punish potential. And there's Sylas already taken away as well. But last game they went for counter pick, so maybe they will give that to Keener again, but looks like they will just go for the blind K'Sante.
Blind K'Sante picked up. Still the option to go into TF if you would like, but I guess they just didn't want to blind that, and they wanted to take away the K'Sante with no Malphites and Renekton. So Ahri the consideration once again here for Closer. And we'll definitely see a similar kind of issue where if the Ahri gets put behind and kind of falls behind in an itemization as well, you're not really dealing damage to guys like K'Sante, even Vi, you know. So see how the Ahri goes this time around, especially with the Wukong, who's not a Lee Sin, who does not have as much early game pressure. This 2v2, this mid-jungle duo is not as strong early on as Gnar looks to be the choice.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe a Camille to kind of augment the single target elimination power for Sandbox, not going to be the case. Jace was another one. That both is very, very common for Sandbox to pick up and would have kind of helped with their range issues as Lissandra and Vi here and a Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
It really does feel like twice in a row. We have KT with a very similar comp, but it's just a little bit better. You get the Lissandra counter pick into Ahri, so you shut down the Ahri. You still have Vi and Lissandra, which is a really good 2v2.
Yeah.
You have a Blitz to like get your Lissandra started up. You have great hard engage. The one downside is that the composition is very short range, so if you do fall behind in the Aphelios, I do think you struggle more. I think Sandbox have a better angle here, but I still don't think it's great. And after game number 1, that's kind of what we were looking for coming into this draft. As your mid lane matchup is really rough, your top lane matchup is like, it's okay.
Yeah.
And bot, we know that they'll be okay, but okay isn't enough. They need to actually try and fight back against what KT are doing, and I don't know if this draft really is going to be able to do that into a KT comp with as much threat as they have.
It says, who's going to stop KT? Yeah, that's right, you can't stop them. Sandbox punch, that must be Willer there. As he is on to Comfort with the Wukong, they do allow this to go through this time in game number 2. And hopefully after level 6, they're able to get some stuff going with the Ahri Wukong. Otherwise, I think they will be in some trouble. They really do need to at least go into the mid game on even footing. If they fall behind again, you're just going to be wombo comboed by the insane amount of dive and all in on the side here of KT.
Envy getting fed seems to be one of the big wins in here. The team fighting from Sandbox definitely stronger here. But even if you do get fed, can you stay alive against Vi, K'Sante, and Lissandra? Remains to be seen.
A good question, Chronicler, as we hop into the rift for game number 2. Off we go once again into the glorious rift for our game number 2 of round 1, match 1 of the playoffs for spring 2023. As Lehends, same skin, same guy on the Blitzcrank, always looking for his angles.
And VNKL getting to the brush, but is he going to blind hook? No. He has a lot of mana. I get it. Do note, Cuz going full PTA here, so opting into a very aggressive early style here with the Vi. We've seen PTA, Conqueror, and Aftershock kind of be used interchangeably depending on what the comp needs. I think that's the safest bet. Even though the KT comp does have a Zeri, which in the later stage of the game can provide a lot of power, I wouldn't want to go into the Sandbox comp on an early game deficit or even. I do think that that's where like the 5v5 power really shines. So trying to get ahead early on is definitely the way to go. Envy also went for Conqueror here.
Yeah.
And Call. So they don't want anything to happen in lane. They're trying to slow down the game and scale into the later stages. Oh, that brush is warded.
So much comfort in the picks. Aiming playing 14 games of Zeri. This is his 15th. We also had 15 games for Willer on Wukong. This is his 16th going into this playoffs match. So very curious to see if he can make this happen. Make it work for his team this time around. As even on the Lee Sin, because of the early game deficit from game 1, was not really able to do that. Hoping we get a little bit more of an even match here, Chronicler, for game 2.
Yeah, it was a lead that wasn't ahead into Xin, and then also to play into Veigar. It was not a good time. As junglers pathing to opposite sides here. Willer, Wukong early, not too strong, and aiming and lands have been pretty good about not taking any trades that are too bad. Still plenty of pots available as well, so wouldn't expect to see any early action here. Wheeler in particular, very happy to just farm until level 6. Try and get that Cyclone available. That's when a lot of the power of the Wukong comes through.
Sandra has a very strong matchup into Ahri. Because if Ahri decides to all in, you can just press R on her or yourself to try to survive. Also a lot of gameplay potential, game-making, playmaking potential. That's the word I was looking for. With Lissandra, especially in a comp like this, you can get a lot of fights going, and then you'll have follow-up immediately. It allows you to push pretty fast and get some prio early into this lane, which is always nice.
Birdle not really too low either, so neither jungler are going to be looking for early aggression here as closer. gets those minions, is low on mana, so he's going to get his back in now. BDD going to shove out one more wave. And pretty similar to what we saw game number 1. Expect to not see too much action until we go towards the maybe second dragon or Herald. I wouldn't be surprised if the first dragon just ends up being given up again by KT. If they don't see a window as...
Guess who's bot?
Spotted.
Yeah, spotted. Might just try to... No. Lens does have a lot of angles to do some crazy stuff where he could try to trade flashes with Envy and stuff like that, but especially because he was spotted. Just gonna hold on to it. Sometimes the scariest Blitzcrank is the one that still has this hook available. You just walk at them menacingly.
Yeah, I know Wheeler showed on the top side ward, but I don't know if that was before or after the play, so might not have been aware of where Wukong is, and you don't want to snowball the main win condition for Sandbox in Envy early on. Does mean that Kyle and Envy are free to shove, but this is the downside. You can't really go in that aggressively here, try and farm plates, because Aphelios, short range, gonna require you to get into the Blitzcrank danger zone. And if you do get hooked, you are definitely in for a really bad time. So, just gonna play it slow and steady.
Really, Mountain Drake this time around looks like potentially Willard going to be making his way over there. Try to use some of that prio from the Aphelios lane to burst this one down. And doesn't look like this will be threatened by the side of KT, although we do have a couple of members kind of milling about now as Lehens is going to blast plant into 3 people. And now we're going to have a fight here, level 6 for both mid laners. As let's see, the engage as the flash away from the charm. They try to burst down closer, and they will. First blood is given over to Lehens, but aiming in a lot of trouble. He's being chased down, as down he will go, but Envy also isolated here. So a 2-for-1 in favor of KT, as Willer and Cuz both still alive, and this one will go to the side of KT as they win the fight.
Another early skirmish, another
Flash?
disaster. Yeah, might have to trade flashes here.
Oh, Lens? What? Well, gonna miss that one. As Keen nearly takes a second turret shot. That one should have been a piece of cake, but maybe expecting him to flash in that direction, not 100% sure.
Bit unfortunate for Sandbox there, even though KT, don't find the actual kill there. As this I think you can win, this 4v4, but what is crucial is that no one gets hooked early, and Closer tries to hard engage on Lissandra. It just can't do that. And then Kyle and Will are going really deep for aiming, who, yes, they kill, but that also means that
Envy is alone.
Envy is alone, and Envy promptly dies because he's alone amidst 3 people. And if you play that better as Sandbox, maybe you can get it done. They did have prio there on the dragon. It wasn't like the health bars were low or anything.
Yeah.
Target selection not quite working out. Messy fight, and KT get ahead to a great early start again here.
Yeah. It just feels like KT just have this air about them of confidence. It's like, okay, we don't need to force anything. We can fight this. We know we can fight this. They have the confidence to do it. Whereas on the side of Liv Sandbox, it's almost like desperation. It's like a different feeling, right? It's like, we really need to get this win. I'm going to make the big play to change the game state. And it just feels forced, like they're missing stuff. They're hard all-inning onto Alessandra, as you said. Like, stuff like that is just... It raises warning flags and red flags in my mind where I'm like, ooh, that's not a good look for the future of Liv Sandbox in this series.
And even though the game state isn't too bad, I agree with you. Because looking at what Sandbox have, right? They have a really great team fighting composition. They have 2 coals that they were sitting on, so they're gonna get a big gold influx when those finish. Keen, because of that roam, is now pretty far behind. He's gonna be having to kind of try and catch this wave, while Brodel should be able to at the very least get 1 play. There are people coming up, but he should be aware and be backing off here in time. And even with the game state the way it is, plays like that scare me, as they might just miss each other.
No, I think they know. This doesn't go over in time, but he's going to get all out. And the angle a little bit unfortunate, but doesn't matter. Gets him mid-hop as Cuz is going to put that Gnar directly into the death chamber. as a very nice duo kill there on the top side for KT.
Not a lot of counterplay to that one for Bertel is Mininar. And walks to the close to the wall, gets probably taken out. Nicely done there by KT, cause again, running the early game here. Bot lane dive angle possibly here, cuz is spotted on top, so there is an angle here for Wheeler. Does have Cyclone available as well. This will be big.
Okay, trying to get onto Aiming here. He does not have flash. I think Aiming is just going to give his life as Lehends is trying to go on the run, but he will also get taken out. A nice play from Liv Sandbox as they rotate into the bottom side and get 2 kills.
And that's a favorable trade here for Sandbox, because yes, Bertel dies, and the Herald
우린
goes
피 좀
over,
빼놓고 해야 돼. 피 좀 빼놓고.
but
나
crucially,
한번 탑 한 명
the bot
갱볼게
lane
이번에.
dive
바텀 조심해줘.
not
형이
quite
지나갈
working
때 볼게
out
바로.
as
He said be
너 여기
careful,
지나가면 바로 가는 거
bot.
아님?
well.
네, 일로 넘겨줄 수 있어? 탑 잡았다. 게이드. 이러면은 아래쪽.
They were not safe, Valdez.
Yeah, and right
Look
at the
what he
end,
told them.
Yeah, right at the end of the play as well, he's like, okay, and because of this, like, watch out, bot. Like, or he started talking about bot at least. Either way, a hook is going to miss. Spirit Rush over the wall. We're watching him live down the bottom left here. But yeah, nice little play on the bottom side as Aiming Lehends do not respect. Closer does have the flash.
Yeah, it does have Spellbook, which helps a little bit. And Kyle, I think also, it was like Flash Lantern that got him out. But that's still a Flash invested. Lands, making sure, and this is the real issue, is that even though that bot lane dive works out and they get a decent amount of gold from that, KT getting the better end of this lane swap. A lot of minions have been going into the turrets here consistently from Sandbox. And I do think that Key needs to be careful. He does have Ghost, so should be fine here.
He doesn't have his ult, so no all-out potential to escape as Gravitum going to be saved for after the Unstoppable, and now Keen in a lot of trouble. He does Ghost, but can he get away? The answer is no. The Gale Force puts him in the Death Chamber. That's a kill now onto the Aphelios.
No, Kyle got it with Ignite.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's the tragedy, was the final Ignite tick. I think that got him. Still, big win, right? You get a free kill on Keen. Envy still was able to pick up a blade, but yeah, if that goes to Envy, that would have been humongous. And now, with Keen dead, possible angle here for Sandbox to pick up a really big, strong individual Drake for themselves.
Bertel doesn't have teleport. BDD could teleport into this play if they really wanted to force it, but it looks like they will take it slow once again. As Keen teleporting into mid.
Yeah, Bertel now needs to make sure that BDD can't actually teleport, but he's Mininar, gets zoned away, and yeah, BDD can take
Okay,
they should let this go.
Yeah, this is a straight up 5v4.
Okay, well, this is fine.
Bertel not going to make it on time. I mean, they are going to have to give up this Drake, though, as Willer maybe looking for the steal, but no. Just going to give this one away, so that's 2 Drakes to the side of KT. Another Cloud Soul is going to come through, but even an individual Infernal is going to be pretty nice for the side of KT.
And we don't have first turbot yet here. Could be big if KT can pick it up towards the bottom half of the map here. Blades are going to be going over nonetheless.
The end of the Spirit Rush here. Aiming is protected. He's got a couple of members here, Lehends and Cuz nearby. As BDD just going to run back up to the top side after TPing into the non-fight at the Dragon.
It's a TP, but you get your sets 2 TPs. Keen also TP to mid, but you get a really big Drake. When it comes to individual Drakes, we're of course on 0.5, so the Drakes haven't been nerfed yet. So both Mountain and Infernal are feeling amazing. I'd be very, very happy about that.
Didn't Mountain get nerfed by 1%?
Hey, it's nerfed, okay?
Does it really count? I mean,
well, it's not a lot, but you know, it still counts. It's less impactful. You can say, well, it's only
you lose like what, 2 armor?
Well, depends on who you are. You know, like that. We can't just make
I was
blanket
being
statements
generous.
like that.
I was gonna say 1, but then I said 2 to be nice. But yeah, I guess a nerf is a nerf.
I'm not going to be baited into doing math on stream. Bertel might be in trouble here. 3-man squad towards the top half.
He does have flash, so just gonna flash the hook.
Yep.
Not messing around with this one.
Also sitting on a ton of gold there, I'm pretty sure. Only upside here for Sandbox is that they can try and look for plays across the rest of the map. Envy did finish his call. I think a large reason of why Sandbox are ahead at the moment is the call already being done here for Envy. In game state is a lot better. I really like the Sandbox composition if they can 5v5 on even footing here. But it would still be very reliant on execution. And that's something that I'm worried about because Envy has had some positional mishaps and his positioning is the most important in this game. I think if he plays it well, the rest of the team can peel for him and he gets to utilize the fact that KT is such short range and the fact that he's fed. I think Sandbox can bring it back to 1-1 here, but the amount of dive that's available on KT is a big amount. Really big.
Yeah, it is a large number.
It's everyone but Blitzcrank. And you know, Blitz is there for the follow-up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He presses Q. As Closer is even a little bit scared to approach this, so this is just going to fall, this turret. So that is the first turret of the game, actually going over to the side of KT, so a little bit of extra money in their pockets as Lehends will avoid that, maybe not even on purpose, as he runs by Kyle, as the hook is not going to hit again, and they just turn onto the Thresh, going to take him down. The ult here into Envy, who has to cleanse and flash just to survive. As, you know, Liv Sandbox trying to set something up, but actually KT get the better end of it.
Complete disaster here for Sandbox.
And this time the hook is going to hit. As finally, flash in here from aiming, and the dominoes fall one by one. As somehow, KT able to get another couple of picks here, and now looking to take down mid-tier 1.
Mid-tier 1 is going to open up the map there. And man, BDD, what a play there. Gets the early prio on the roam as Closer catches the wave on bot half. And then hopefully we'll get a replay of that fight. He actually catches the ultimate from Envy, which means that there is no help for Kyle. He doesn't get any backup. Rest of his team is not able to do any meaningful damage. And Sandbox will be able to pick up a Herald here. But they had a like 1.5, 2k gold lead. Most of that now is gone in the favor of KT, as we can see on the top half of the map here. As it starts off very, very high risk, and they don't get the hook on Lehends. And then
they're
watch this.
so far forward. BDD.
Yeah, BDD catches it. BDD single-handedly deals with this. Oh, man. Yeah.
A moment of silence, perhaps.
Yeah, well, you know, Closer lives.
Yeah,
that's the good thing, the good part, right?
I give you, you know, in the League of Legends client, the basic emote, the thumbs up. That's what I give you
for that comment.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair.
As now we are going to have Cloud Soul here soon. Cloud Soul point for now, as second Rift Herald is thrown into mid. And Shirley is not having a good time here. Actually baited into attacking the Blitzcrank, as that is not what you want to see, but maybe baiting themselves into the fight as the turn comes in from Liv Sandbox. They get the kill and the crash of the Herald into mid.
Peak Lehends moment right there, as it goes for... Oh,
aiming? What are we doing here? Okay, he's trying to bait them into the BDD, as this is just a massive mess. What are we looking at? And Stopwatch is in. A 3v5 for KT. Why are they even taking this fight? I don't know. As Keen is so tanky, he's just going to get on in there, just doing Cassante things. Doesn't quite give a damn, but he does take a charm to the face. As now BDD will W and get to safety. I do not want to see that on the highlight reel.
I don't know if KT is going to let Sandbox have this one, even with the play that we just saw, but Kyle is so good, man. Like, I hope we get a replay of that fight, because part of that was the Lehends moment here. Okay, that is, yeah, hook number one, as we have seen, and then this is still okay. You know, you're feeling fine. But then, you get the Drake already. You're fine. Aiming feels inclined to go in here. Doesn't actually end up working out. And we're just going in one by one by one. BDD is already low, you know. even with the main damage dealer being gone in Envy getting taken down at the start of that fight, like at this point in the game, Wukong, Gnar, like their damage is really relevant. And you can't just opt into these type of skirmishes.
Liv Sandbox now on the push into mid. And if I'm KT, maybe I just sit back and take a breather after that last one, because game one was, you know, they got an early lead. It was pretty easy for them to play it out from there. Game two has been a mess. It's been all over the place. The fights are not, you know, very clearly in one team's favor. Liv Sandbox are finding many angles because of this, and now they have the gold lead. Even though, you know, they have dropped a bunch of objectives, but, you know, Envy's got an IE now. You have Ahri actually beginning to build some items, although it will be just straight defensive items once again. And there is actually an angle now for Liv Sandbox due to the way these fights have panned out.
Yeah, and in my opinion, Berto might be in trouble here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty likely, as they are just going to try to burst him 100-0. The all-out goes in under the turret, but Keen can't get the kill. As he's under the turret, he's going to go down, and now BDD has gone way too far, and even going to opt into using the Zhonya's, but he is totally dead. As the rest of the team looking for the pick on a Willer. That is a really nice hook. Unbelievable that he does get that even through the clone. So somehow, KT somewhat shored up, but once again, looking for the angles, and Liv Sandbox win a 2-for-1.
Oh, Kael, no. I don't think the play would have worked out. I'm hoping that was just his Hex Flash. I didn't catch whether he actually had Flash available. I'm hoping so, yeah. Would make sense. I was about to say, the one thing that you shouldn't do against Sandbox, I think, is make it scrappy. Because I think you're a much better team. You are... You know,
we're not
player
really
for
showing
player.
that here in game
no.
two,
Well, that's because, as I was going to say, Valdez, and what worries me is if you make it scrappy, Sandbox have played so many 2-1 series. They've won a bunch of them, they've lost a bunch of them, but the scrap is where I think is the only place that you shouldn't meet this team, because if you try and...
Scrapyard?
Yeah, don't go to the scrapyard. You know, just call a guy or fix your car or like find another solution. Don't go to the scrapyard. That's where Sandbox reigns. That's where they live.
They are the king.
They're the kings of scrap.
Yeah.
And I think that KT kind of got carried away there. And amazing hook by Lance. Very, very good that they were able to salvage it. But once Keen and BDD start making plays like that, I'm getting a little worried.
Yeah. Again, like I said after the last fight, I think taking a little breather and, you know, not trying to really make any big plays, I think would do them a lot of good, but maybe not feeling too comfortable about their position right now. Their only real form of scaling is the Zeri, and it's relatively low range. And from behind, you know, you could try to all in, try to 100-0 someone. You do have that burst damage still, but it's not going to be nearly as easy as Keen. Still incredibly tanky in that front line. And we do have a Cloud Drake spawning here in 15 seconds as both teams posturing for this one.
And one good fight can still secure KT to win there, right? If you get like a multi-man cleanup, you're able to get the Soul, you're able to get the Baron. Don't have to be worried, but they do need to be a little bit careful. Need to respect Sandbox. Very different game from game number one. It is all about Envy. Can Envy stay alive?
Oh, that was so close.
Yeah, starts with that.
Ooh, Charm not going to land. Closer now down a Spirit Rush. And KT, they don't have to force this.
That's big.
But now, with Closer down an ultimate, could look to find an angle. As we do have this Scuttler taken by the side of Liv Sandbox. They do have a lot of vision around this pit. As once again, setting up for this one. Lahen's looking for the angle over the wall.
They know where BDD is, but is that knowledge enough?
Bunch of damage already put into the Dragon. And not a lot of damage taken by the side of KT here as BDD is over the wall. Meganar about to hit. KT has to be so careful about this as it goes to Willer, unsurprisingly, but the hook is there onto Kael. As now a 5v4 in favor of KT, but Keen is super low. Will not be able to go down here as aiming gets stunned into the wall. Hits a huge Moonlight Vigil, but aiming will survive. Just barely gets the down as Envy goes in. Trying to look for the angle onto aiming here, but cannot quite get the kill. Maybe takes out Cuz. As the flash over the wall, and he misses both! as Cuz is still on the run here. We're back to the Scrapyard Chronicler. I don't know what's going on as Lehends will go down. We got a TP in the mid. I don't even know what that's about. I guess just trying to get Cuz here, but he will give the kill over to Envy, of all people.
That was a pretty rough one for KT. It could have been way worse. They almost got hit by the crusher, that crushes up the cars. That almost got him, and they got out last second, but I don't know if that's enough. Sandbox are going to start up the Baron here. This is on Vision, but Cuz isn't there. They don't have
free.
Smite.
Yeah, it's free. The Sandbox will take Baron here 24.5 minutes into the game. And we will be forced to watch this again.
It starts with Wheeler. Wheeler's smites have been amazing. He's able to win this one. Cuz goes in very deep, but the rest of the team can't follow, right? They didn't get the hook, they didn't get the one pick, and then Bertel gets them very low. And then this is where it starts to get very frustrating for Sandbox. And Envy, like, this is the type of play that either wins or loses you the game. And I think in this case, it won them the game. But, like, aiming gets out somehow. Lehends and his compatriot, unfortunately, will end up going down there. It's a very messy fight, and this is what I'm worried about with the KT combat, what we talked about in the beginning as well. If you don't get a straight-up pick, if your 5v5, is not leading with you getting a hook, getting a Lissandra ultimate, getting a Vi ultimate on target and blowing them up, good luck, because the team finding power and control, Fresh, Wukong, Gnar, with a fat Aphelios in the back, good luck.
Yeah, let's see how Liv Sandbox play it from here from ahead in game number 2. They will be pushing with this Baron down on the bottom side. They have Bertel in mid. Down a TP as Lehends looking for an angle. They still have that potential, hook into 100-0 angle that you always do have with Blitzcrank. BDD also in the wings, just in case, as maybe not going to be able to go in onto Bertel either. It's just a pretty straight-up Baron push. Doesn't look like KT are going to be finding any angles for the hooks here.
Not just yet. You have Wheeler standing guard here. Slow and steady, but this is fine for KT. If you end up giving like a turret or two, as long as you don't lose your inhibitors, there is nothing insurmountable about the lead that Sandbox is building up. But at the same time, like, this is getting to like 5-6k, more turrets are dropping, and if you lose map control, KT composition, barring major mispositions from Envy, is going to have a really tough time.
You see a pretty steady climb, relatively. You see the Baron spike there as well. In the gold for Liv Sandbox. Now 4,000 the lead for them. And they've got this Fed Aphelios that is just going to reign supreme over pretty much everybody on the Rift, as long as Envy's positioning is stable and he doesn't get picked. So as KT, I would imagine, your win condition is try to hook either Closer or Envy and go from there.
Yep.
But it's not going to be easy, especially, you don't have a lot of vision. It's very difficult to play. Aiming going to get caught here against the wall. Cleanses, but he's dead. Just a free kill as Aiming's the one who gets caught. And Liv Sandbox are looking to push now. They still have 1 second of Baron buff.
And that's not a look that we've seen recently from Aiming. Right, he's been so consistent.
Oh boy, Charm comes in, and one by one the dominoes fall. And a very interesting situation we have now in this playoff, as Keen going to back away here, and they're desperately trying to clear out the waves. Keen still tanky, but not tanky enough against the LDR Aphelios. The turrets will be going down as one by one. KT are struggling. Going into the stopwatch now is BDD just trying to survive, but it's 5 members to Liv Sandbox still, as they will take down the Nexus here. Looks like as Aiming is trying to stop them, gets the 1 kill, but Cuz was the only front line, and down he will go. As down will go the Nexus as well. We are all tied up. We have a series on our hands, as it is 1-1 now.
And Sandbox, Kings at the Scrapyard. KT says no problem. After a clean game number 1, we'll meet you there to even out the playing field. And they get beat up, unsurprisingly. Sandbox with a, I think, much better draft. And KT kind of trying to go for a repeat of game number 1, but not finding success. The solo lanes in particular struggling here, aiming, getting caught out a bunch of times. And a Liv Sandbox off the back of, I think, Wheeler and KL getting them through the early game and then Envy in the team fights, man. Like that flash, that aggressive play with Conqueror fully stacked around the Dragon, that's a win or lose the series even. Like, I don't think they win the series of this one game, but if they do, that's where it starts. If he dies there, I think KT bring it back and get it done. But now, whole different ball game.
Yeah, and, you know, there were moments in this game where it was pretty even. There were angles for KT. They had 3 Drakes. They were kind of holding on. And then, I do not know what happened, but they just lost their absolute minds. And Liv Sandbox immediately pounced on that and were able to take advantage of that and make this an interesting series. So 1-1, we are tied up. As back to the drawing board, both teams will go. We'll be back after the break and the space.
나이스. 봐줄래? 나이스. 야 리산 집 갔다 온다. 야 또 끝내자 생각해볼래?
이번에 끝내자.
가자.
아리 궁 돌리면서 다시 하자.
너 내용만 봐줘 내용만. 내가 연기할게.
천천히.
리산 분야 있고. 더블 받았다. 아 그래 뭐 사천. 리산이 라인 잡고. 천천히 봐봐. 큰한테. 큰한테 볼게. 큰한테 봐봐. 야 타워. 아래 거부터. 야 리산 배우. 리산. 한번 봐.
리산 잡고.
리산 봐봐. 야 빠지면서 타워.
타워. 제리 난다.
야 제리
괜찮아.
불편해봐.
앞에 좋아.
제리 높을. 앞에 배우. 제리 높을. 나이스. 천천히 하자. 잘했다. 할만해 오늘 진짜 얘들아. 나이스. 그냥 더 잘한다. 대병준 데카일.
KT.
Liv Sandbox! I don't know what it is with this team, but they won another series.
Welcome back to the space, everyone. Yeah, I think someone may have done a certain E-word as detected in that last game. Liv Sandbox, fantastic performance to bring us tied up to a best-of-3 series from here on out. Gentlemen, let's start with the draft, I guess, although I feel like that wasn't the main issue this time.
I mean, the Zeri, we saw the priority again here very high with the Blitzcrank, but it felt like with the Lissandra coming through, it's an Ahri counter, but what they tried to do with their comp in the mid to late game as well is play it like a pick comp, even though they have the scaling Zeri. And Liv Sandbox's comp plays that style way better. They also have a Wukong, they have a Gnar for disengage, so felt like the execution wasn't great, but I'm going to be honest, beyond the draft for me, this is a really worrying sign. Like, KT cannot be playing like this if they have any expectations of actually going beyond in future series in the playoffs, because this was just a very weak game.
Yeah, I mean, even if you win, T1 will pick you if you're playing like this, and they will crush you. I mean, that just goes without saying. I think my only other point in the draft is I feel like the Zeri, you know, back in the day when we saw Zeri being super broken, paired with like Yuumi or Lulu, that was super scary in the late game. But I think even here into the Aphelios has more scaling sometimes, especially with the Bloodthirst and the fact that you're not pairing the Zeri with the Enchanter. It feels like they kind of were like, oh, we have this fail-safe if things go bad. But I don't think it was enough, and also aiming just didn't play that well.
Yeah, it was a bit of a problem. They also had no damage if they fell behind. Cassandra, as it were, they're more aimed towards that mid game and only really works in snowballed fights. But let's have a look at our first highlight here, as this is where things really started to go wrong for KT.
Yeah, we were watching this losing our minds like, okay, yeah, you want to deny the Herald, and it seems cool at first, but the rest of the follow-up here for KT is so late that KT basically just funnel in one by one like lemmings and just donate all of their entire lead to Liv Sandbox, and they don't even prevent the Herald charge. So Aiming is walking forward here, and BDD's ready with the flank from the K'Sante on the top side, but the coordination is just so poor. He dies first, and then BDD goes in, and he's like, wait, where's the follow-up? Where's the damage?
And the thing is, this could have just been one kill. This could have just been, okay, we made a mistake, Lehens died, fine. But they opt into this, and it's so disjointed, and this really gave them the window back in. But even then, I don't think the single fight was necessarily enough. It felt like this was just the start of a series of bad decisions, bad plays from KT that ended up losing them a game, which, being frank, this was a one game.
Yeah. Before this, like, they had a fight on the first Dragon where they actually were gifted multiple kills. They had full map control. Like, there was no way. We had concerns with their comp and how it functions in the late game and how well it scales, but they were so far ahead, it didn't seem like it would matter until it did.
Yeah. They dotted all the I's they needed to. They crossed all the T's. We actually had our highlights for if KT had have actually won, just a peep beyond the curtain. But then
they got the whiteout out. They were like,
yeah, something happened. And then this is the big conclusion, and Aiming out of position here in this one. Lehens trying to hook a Dragon.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. It almost looked like they were trying to focus the Dragon down, but I mean, like you were saying, Ox, we were talking about this during the game itself. Like, the Zeri just doesn't actually do as well as the Aphelios when you get to this stage of the game.
Yeah, and also here Aiming just still had flash here, but just eats like this full combo. And that this HP, you're just no threat, right? Aphelios can just flash into you. You have to flash away. Could have used the flash to reposition so you're not eating all that damage. But even beyond that, like, you have this Lissandra Vi combo, and we saw the Vi go in, and it's like, it just felt, again, I think the story was disjointed. It felt like there was never that coordinated dive effort. If you're playing like Lissandra Vi, you need to be like diving on the same target, kill Envy, and then from there, it's like the team fight's significantly easier.
And you know what's so weird about this? This is a Liv Sandbox win. Well, you've spent this entire segment talking about how KT lost. Like, it's that type of game, right?
Yeah.
There isn't even that much good to say about Liv Sandbox. Their early game was pretty abysmal. They made some pretty poor decisions around early objectives, too. But they will punish you. That's the thing that Liv Sandbox has done all season. In the early part of the season, when everyone was still figuring out their synergy, Liv Sandbox were the cool kids who didn't panic, and they would punish you. They would be decisive on those objectives. And you've got to play cleaner than this, KT Rolster, or you will lose to Liv Sandbox.
Exactly. And now we're going to give Envy his POG. I'm pretty sure there's no real other choices here. 737, he was a small domestic aeroplane this time around. Absolutely fantastic stuff here from the Aphelios player.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, even though obviously KT Film was a big part of this was a better performance from Envy than it was from Aiming. If we switched the AD carry performances, maybe KT still end up winning this game, but on the Aphelios, he was there performing in team fights and oftentimes landing big ultimates or going aggressive when needed.
Yeah, I think KT's comp was just trying to do too much. It was trying to play the late game scaling aspect. It was trying to play pick skirmish with Lissandra, Blitzcrank, with the Cassante here as well. They played the Cassante blind, and the Gnar can get some advantages there too. I think KT really need to go back to the drawing board here, and they will pick blue side going to the next game. There's a few respect votes actually going to the support role as well. Kyle having a good game here too.
Yep. I actually think that the Thresh played very, very well, Kyle. Just a fantastic player. Picking up some all-pro respect as well in those votes. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to start off what is now a best of 3 between KT and Liv Sandbox. Take it away, Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. And yes, you can never disrespect any team at the pro level. KT coming here, they looked so set up. They destroyed in game number 1. They won the early game, and then they took a little lean back in their chair. They're like, oh, okay, we're just gonna cruise to the 3-0 victory. And then Liv Sandbox slapped them in the face and said, wake up. We are here to play.
Yeah, when you started that sentence, I expected you to say, when you are a KT fan, never unclench. Because
you could also say that.
I mean, that's what it felt like to me. I think the individual play from Sandbox was great, but I also agree with the desk. It was a chain of errors from everyone, really. I think Cuz from the top of my head is the only one that had like any extremely obvious stuff, like Keen and BDD on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah.
Right? Aiming in Lahens. Aiming self-explanatory. Lahens also getting caught a bunch of times as they swap to blue.
This is the series where you need Hirai to be there to take out the belt and say, hey guys, that was not okay, okay? And unfortunately Hirai not with us at the moment. Hopefully joining us later in the playoff series, but either way, let's jump into game number 3. We wiped the slate clean. As Atlas said, it's a best of 3 from here on out. Anything can happen. And, on paper, KT's still the favored team, but Liv Sandbox a massive win mentally in game 2.
And that's the one thing that I would worry about, and this doesn't have anything to do with the KT organization and the jokes and the memes and the roller coaster, but being the underdog is a very powerful thing, because Sandbox was expected to lose this series. There wasn't a single prediction for them to do well today. At best, they got a 3-1. There wasn't even a 3-2. Usually there'll be a straggler that's like, hey, maybe
a Jonah Strong.
Maybe it'll be a 5-gamer. There was none of that. And losing a game through a chain of your own mistakes against an underdog, I think can be a very dangerous thing. I wouldn't be worried yet. KT,
yes,
in game number 1, had such an overpowering performance that I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to replicate it on game number 3. But game number 3's got to look cleaner than what we saw in game number 2. Or I think Sandbox are going to get the better hand of them again. And given how a lot of the early games have played out, that shouldn't be the case. Is it going to be Lee? Is it going to be Sejuani, which for the first time is available here?
Yeah, it was banned twice first on blue side by Liv Sandbox, so I guess they were on to something, as KT really wanted to get their hands onto this pick. So Sejuani will be coming out here. Now, guys, Viego is disabled until the hotfix comes in, so you can't actually play Viego with the Sejuani in the top lane, which is where we've kind of seen that flexed a little bit. So just a little note with the Sejuani being picked up here for the first time in this series.
Probably going to get picked up here, and then... Oh, I kind of love this from Sandbox. I think the bot lane matchup has actually been very important for how this series went. Even in game number 1, where KT were much better, the Sandbox bot lane actually did quite well. And if they opt into Zeri Lulu here, then Sandbox can, at the very least, lock in, say, a Aphelios again. And Aiming not looking too hot on the Zeri in game number 2. Game number 1 wasn't really about him either. And I wouldn't mind them just going back to what has been so successful for them in that Ezreal and Karma. Particularly because you can look in Ezreal Karma here, they can only get a single pick off, right? They can only pick up one bot lane and you can ban out some of the bad matchups. But right now, Zeri Lulu seems the most likely, and seeing Lehends on Lulu just makes me sad.
He's saying a lot, and it doesn't look like he's saying Lulu.
Like that.
So we're going to hold off on the support pick for now. Veigar picked up here, and you remember from game number 2, they banned away Taliyah and Veigar in the first rotation from blue side. So now they're not going to be able to deny that as Kassadin. Remember this champion?
So I was about to say, I think the Veigar is a really safe pick into Sandbox because closer on mages that outrange Veigar just isn't that good. He's not the type of player. His Taliyah has been lackluster. I wouldn't think in the type of guy to pick out like a Xerath or a Ziggs, you know, something that really can try and punish the Veigar. But we all collectively forgot about Kassadin. This pick was terrorizing the meta at the beginning of the split. But you're into an immobile mage that doesn't have any pressure early game, and you have a blink. It's self-explanatory.
Seems good.
Yeah, seems pretty good. It's also closer on a melee character.
Yeah. You remember how
Feldes.
threatening Zeka was on Kassadin until it just disappeared from the meta.
Got nerfed a bunch of times.
Yeah, but Closer is basically mini Zeka, right? They're very similar in their playstyle, so I'm really excited for him on this matchup. As Lucian also going to be taken off the board here, trying to take away some bot lane stuff, but now Lulu denied from the Zeri lane.
Yeah, and this is a tough one here for Sandbox because you're not going to have mid pressure. Even though Kassadin obviously skills fine, and I don't expect too much action to happen on mid.
Felios Nautilus?
Could be the case.
I mean, they do have the vibe for the Zeri, but...
Can go... Oh, yeah. You know what? I don't mind it here. I think with the composition that KT have so far, pivoting into a lot more range is hard. That's very good.
All right.
That's big.
That was a quick lock-in from aiming.
But you know what is still available is Kael's Renata. That is 4 short-range characters on KT.
Yeah.
This is a Rakan being picked blind.
And we gotta get something in the top lane. Maybe a Gnar game here. Urgot. He did say it, and yeah, Urgot is coming through.
Okay. So I can see the value of Urgot into specifically the... But
Renata.
I think, well...
Oh, Leona!
Into K'Sante, because obviously Urgot is really good into tanks. I would be... It makes sense with the top half of the map and getting a lot of agency for Kael. But to me, the Renata also can deny the Urgot, right? Like Fear Beyond Death and Bailout. There's an opportunity there, but instead it's going to be much more aggression in the early to mid game. A lot more setup here for Sandbox, and then look at that cash out. Even if you don't snowball, like you can always win this game no matter what. This is 5 short range characters into Xayah and a Kassadin.
And Leona should have a really fun time in this lane as well. Leona's always been picked into Rakan, so even though we've been seeing kind of the Renata pick oftentimes, Leona's like right there in terms of picks into Rakan and even into Zeri and even into peeling, right? Leona can do so much by just that point and click stun. So it feels like, you know, first couple of games, Live Sandbox weren't really getting the edge in the draft. Game 2 looked better though. And then all of a sudden, feels like they're slowly tipping things in their favor, Chronicler.
And this is a Sejuani that, while the pick itself has a ton of value, like, there's very little melee synergy on your team.
That sign says, Hirai is watching. Wake up, KT. Even the fans aren't messing around.
No. And by no means, given how the early games have played out, is this a guaranteed win for Sandbox. There is plenty of opportunity for them to fall behind. Xayah and Kassadin do need a decent amount of time. But like, you look at the other end, it's Veigar and it's Zeri. It's not like those picks are known for their oppressive early game. And if it gets too late, I'd be worried Keen might have to do some heavy-duty lifting here on this Urgot that he brought out.
Yeah, another choice into the K'Sante. We'll see how it works here as we are ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 3. Had a little giggle there during the intro because Chronicler and I looked at each other and we were like, "Oh my God, Liv Sandbox are gonna win."
I don't know about
It's
the
happening.
series, and I don't even know
I
about
I
this
don't
game,
know.
but
You know, maybe just a couple too many 3-0 votes for KT.
That's what they did.
Maybe. I'm not sure. And from here, I mean, what can you say? Like I said, right at the top of Game 3, Liv Sandbox, they're still a pro team. They're still a fantastic team. And you cannot underestimate them at any given moment. And it's best of 5s. Like, mental game is a huge part of this. I feel like KT's mental kind of fell apart there halfway through Game 2. If they don't wake up here a little bit in Game 3, we might just see Liv Sandbox run away with the series.
Yeah, they have to bounce back. Nice level 1 trade, though. Kyle not able to go back to base with the timing here. So that does mean that Lands and Aiming going to be feeling pretty good here early on. Leona in general, a very underwhelming champion on level 1. Doesn't really get to do a whole lot on level 2, but this is a matchup we haven't seen before. Keen doesn't get the flip, but still gets his PTA proc. Is tanking a minion wave, though, so not necessarily the best of trades.
Wow, first time Rakan here for Lehends.
Huh.
It's kind of interesting. I feel like this is definitely a champ that Lehends would be good at, just considering his style. But going to be his first time here in spring.
And we have Willer on the top half of the map. Did get spotted there, so they should be aware. Keen hopefully going to be able to get the crash in here before there is any opportunity here, as a 7-game win streak here for the Kassadin. And obviously was kind of nerfed out of the meta. We saw that the repeated nerfs meant that he couldn't be blinded anymore. And that was enough to kind of bring him down. And you know, even before, the Tristana was a extremely successful counter, as nicely done here. Cuz keeping up those stats, and with the Romir, I think they do have an idea with Lehends moving away. Should be suspecting something here.
He even threw down his own ward, but Cuz gets in there. He is angry after game number 2, and he is looking for some very aggressive angles as Willer is sticking around. They're in between 2 turrets here. As, yes, they will push Willer off of this. Again, you have 0 prio from mid because Kassadin is a thing. Your bottom lane is winning as KT, so might as well press the envelope. Good look here for KT.
Yeah, nicely done. Gonna have to apply the pressure here early on, and we do see this wave state pretty abhorrent for Envy and KL. Lands was able to roam, and Envy is still a considerable amount behind. Wave is also shoving away from them. And Willer really put on the back foot, didn't even get his big wolf. That would have been big. Not going to be the case. Only sitting on 3 camps right now with the top and mid prio. Doesn't look like he will be able to get anything but that Scuttle Crab. Not going to be able to try and invade here. Well, he can, but it will backfire. So, sad times here for Willer.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy time just on one buff. You are running out of things to farm. You can't really gank any lanes because, you know, of course, on the top side, you're playing into the range. Urgot would just pick specifically to counter the K'Sante. Mid lane, you have a Kassadin. Could maybe try to angle down towards the bottom side, but only now are Envy and Kyle really beginning to push this one in, which was not the case earlier on.
And Closer is going to remain having a bad time here. BDD also going for the first strike. Obviously, insanely easy to proc here. For the Veigar in this matchup, just happily farming up. Unbothered, still has his teleport available. Only downside is he won't have the option to go for any other summoners, as there is a ward in that brush. Willer will now be aware.
Just going to put down a control ward. As, of course, you do have to play carefully if you know that Willer's going to be looking for angles on the top side of the map. So nice ward there from the side of Keen. As we do have Cuz now starting up on this Drake. See how this one goes. It is a Chemtech Drake this time around, so a lot like game 1.
And Drake going to be taken here. Willer is in the area, but I don't think that he really should be able to get anything done here. And it's easy disengage lands. Crab Raven his way out of the pit. And really good early gamer from KT Textbook using their priority, bullying level 1 and thus gaining bot lane prio, then invading into the enemy jungle, denying Willer a ton of experience, thereby delaying the crucial level 6 spike for Vi. Looking really good here early on.
Yes, definitely important to add that in as, here we do have Kyle going forward, forcing the cleanse here. A lot of damage already onto Aiming, who does have to dash away. So nice little win in the trade on the bottom side, but still a bit of like a 12 CS, maybe even a little bit more lead for Aiming on the Zeri.
Really testament to the early laning and the level 1 going very, very poorly for Envy and KL. And going to still be, I think, like 15 CS up fairly easily. Willer is slowly able to catch up here in experience, so we'll have the ultimate available sometime soon. And Closer is now a champion, not a strong one, but he is in fact now, he's loaded in to Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, he finally made it. Yeah,
it took a while, but he's here now.
Better late than never.
True.
And he will definitely be a champion, a very scary champion as the levels come along. As going in now is Cuz right on top of Willer, has the level advantage. The denting blow's not going to help too much because has gone pretty deep. Of course, he does have this leash because of the way mid lane is going, and of course the jungle.
Look at the crab
matchup because of it as well.
This is great from KT. It's textbook again. After game number 2. Was a bit worried, but using the prio very nicely. Tiamat picked up here for Keen, so he's going to be able to permanently shove his... Ooh, Kyle on a roam here, but might decide not to go for that. Look at the control. Look at the vision that they have at the top side.
Their bottom lane, though, Envy is flashing under the turret, which actually will work here. Aiming did pop the ultimate, trying to clear out this wave as much as possible. Envy does hit level 6.
Huh.
And so not really going to be able to continue the dive from there.
Nicely done. Willer, he'll get blue buff, and he'll finally be level 6. Man, KT really enabling Cuz here as well, with the continuous pressure that they have been able to find in the side lanes. But the state of the game is very different, and that's the reason why we hold off on any ground statements as, oh, Kyle, they don't know. But there's no follow-up.
Yeah, the issue is like...
Is he just going to... Okay, he's just going to get up. He's going to be fine. He's not going to get spotted. Life's okay. Oh my god, BDD will have no idea.
He is only level 5, though. I mean, are they just going to collapse in here? Lens is now here. We do have Envy making his way in. So a bit of a challenge now from Liv Sandbox onto the red buff, as there is vision of this one, and the smite is there for Cuz, as aborting the mission is Liv Sandbox. They say, no thank you. We gave it a little try, but don't want to anymore.
Okay, well, you know that they put in their best effort. It didn't work. I don't know why the call was made to try and duel when your Vi is very far behind and sitting on a Kindle gem.
Okay, no flash here for Envy, as okay. That is going to be a block here for Kyle, who has to flash, but Danny will go first blood, given on over. The recall, though, is there, but the damage is not enough. Aiming with a shield, just barely able to survive. Willer's like, please give me the kill, but that is not going to happen. Aiming will survive.
Very big moment here. Aiming picking up the kill of all people. Best case scenario, Envy can't get the kill if Kyle maybe was able to get the ignite off. Could have been the case. Not gonna happen here, and whilst all of that's going on, BDD and Keen doing their job. Keeping the enemy on lockdown, no ability to roam for Closer. And Sandbox, 2k gold deficit here, not even 10 minutes into the game. Second Drake on the menu. Things are looking good as Envy does get clipped here. And if Kyle flashes the Cuz ultimate, might have been fine. But instead he gets 100-0, doesn't get the ignite off, Aiming stays alive. And yeah, Willer's like, Please. Come on, let me ult him. No.
Willer's not, he's not really had too much fun in this game so far. Feels like he's the one taking the scraps this time. We talked a lot about the scrapyard in game 2. But now he is the one just
Sandbox
trying to scrape by.
There is a Seri that is going to get all the plates. Someone needs to go to bot lane and deal with this.
And I mean, there's no guarantee they even win this fight. Like, they have a Kassadin who's level 9 with Catalyst.
I mean, it's 4 versus 5. They should be fine here. KT don't have to go for this at all. Like, you're dropping waves. Aiming's just getting more fed. You're completely fine with this.
All right. And I guess we're going to swap here. Looks like Live Sandbox a little bit lost on the map right now, as finally Bertle does make his way down to the bottom side, but already 3 plates are gone. So we're even stopping backs here. Lens just being very cheeky.
Still level 5. We're hanging on. Sandbox is just trying to get to level 16 closer. That's the winkle. But when we start talking about games where Kassadin is in like that, it's not a good sign. KT, much more akin to game number 1 here, as Keen is really good wave clear available. Plans.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they get the crash, but Willer will pick up the majority of the gold if they even get it, as meanwhile, down on the bottom side, Aiming just going to opt out of this fight.
Drake 2 going to be taken here. Next stack now going to be gone as well.
Kyle is here, finally has hit level 6, joining Lahens, as Lace does miss. Double knock up here onto the bottom lane of Live Sandbox. That is the Hex Soul given over a 3rd Cloud Soul. Comes in. Bertle now just being chased down the lane, not in a very fun spot, but gonna all out underneath the turret, but guess who's here? It's Cuz! As Aiming baits him in, and Cuz will collect.
He was an award. Bertle overstepping that crucially. Only upside is Cuz doesn't get the kill, but they're still going to be very happy with that. That's going to be what I assume will be first Turblood going over. Closer is rotating now, and Aiming is not going to take the risk after that game number 2. But Sandbox just dropping kills left and right. Their play around waves and priority has looked really, really rough here. Desperately clinging on to that call. To Closer, hopefully soon, finishing his Rod of Ages, because it's looking like a relatively late finish here. Around like 23, 24 minutes if he gets it on his next back. And if Cuz wasn't on Vision, I think you can excuse this, but he is.
Yeah.
Can't do that. Can't use that flash aggressively. If Aiming misplays, sure, but not allowed.
An illegal play, you could say.
Yes.
That is, I hear that's what the cool kids are saying nowadays. So Bertle, he'll have his one moment, but he is playing K'Sante, so hopefully as this game comes along, he's just going to tank things up and look for better angles as it does come along. And funnily enough, you know, after all, well, Bertle in a little bit of trouble here now as Keen looking for it. Cuz going to land the charge as he does push them into the turret, but I think the damage is there. Fear Beyond Death as down he goes, 9999 damage. And that will be the end of the K'Sante once again.
And there's not really any counterplay. There's no objective in the map. BDD isn't diveable, and more plates going over. That's the best part here for the play from KT. Right, you get that kill, but then you have a W max Urgot that, as the plates are dropping, just picks up 2 freebies.
Yeah. And Closer, oh boy. Looking for aggressive angles here without Vision, as here comes Willer. He's down 2 levels and he's alone. He does have Leona making his way in, but a little bit far away as Willer still trying to make this play happen. Another Q comes in and maybe he just solos him as Flash in and Willer takes him down. Somehow, some way. I mean, Keen, we saw he was sitting on 3,300 gold.
I was about to say, like, he still only has Tiamat. I'm like, why doesn't he win that? Even without ult, like, you're like 2 levels up.
Cleanse here, Recall does come in. Blade Caller, so Aiming is going to just walk away from that one.
Closer, no flash, is Kassadin, but still.
He ignited him.
Well, 2 people are not enough. 3 might be.
Ooh. Okay, here is Lahens. Nope, just gonna scare him off. Closer just runs away. It's kind of funny, you know, we were talking about the mental game here. I feel like, you know, Liv Sandbox obviously do not have much prio in this early game, and it's really rough, but it does feel like they're really struggling in this position as now they are trying to chase down KT on the bottom side.
And with the current game state, I don't think there is much of a chance for you to contest the soul point. And that's something that's going to be very, very big here. Did finish Rod of Ages on Closer, that's big. He also has a decent amount of stacks on his tier, so that's nice, but you're not going to be able to fight for the Cloud. And I don't even think you get to fight for Soul. You know, you're looking at least getting Quick Blades done on Envy. You're looking at least a second item done for Closer. I don't think you're going to have all of that in about, you know, 5-6 minutes. And Cloud Soul might not be the best one, but if you're keen, if you're aiming, if you're Lahens, still going to be very happy picking that one up.
Very curious to see how they're going to scrape by here in this mid game. Cuz has been such a threatening jungler from ahead on the Sejuani. He finally gets his hands on this pick here in game number 3. We're seeing part of the reason why I think it was denied in other times. Of course, they did want to focus on, you know, getting the Lee Sin, getting the Wukong early, and having a good matchup there, but Cuz has just been putting on a show so far with all of the prio that he has been given.
Yeah, need a Hail Mary engage here for Sandbox to stabilize the game, because otherwise I think you're going to keep dropping turrets, you're going to keep dropping objectives. They are still hanging on, though, to that mid lane turret, and as long as that one stands, I do think that they can keep farming, they can keep catching waves, and that is going to be really, really important, because once that one drops, and your jungle camps start to get taken, your Kassadin can't farm safely inside anymore, that's where the game rapidly collapses, as Sandbox are setting up a trap on top, while KT are just taking a free Drake, so Keen should make the read that just don't woke up. Lance is there to shadow him as well, so good coverage. Yep. Sandbox are going to try and get a consolation second Herald, and I think you just let this one go for KT.
Sure. Like you said, it's kind of a consolation. I think Liv Sandbox are just trying to get whatever little value from the map that's left to them at all, as Envy here is just going to Gale Force underneath the turret, doesn't even have to go into the Featherstorm. So meanwhile, Cal trying to beat this one because it's so tanky. Double knockup comes in, and Envy is sniped from downtown, doesn't even flash or Featherstorm or anything, just dies, as now the rest of the team is coming in, and Willer's just going to be caught underneath the turret, has to go in for the ult, but 3 kills to the side of KT.
And that might be what settles it here. That's going to be the mid lane turret going down. That's the bounties now coming up. And Sandbox looking for a Hail Mary engage. Didn't find it, clearly. And then Keen, man, with this Urgot, has a prio since the start of the game. Black Cleaver now done as well. And Envy in this 1v1, you know, trades relatively even when it comes to health. Not the end of the world. And disengage from Kael and Brodo onto Cuz is not it, but then this play, man. He's just not ready. Like, this is a spectator, but he did have both Flash and his Featherstorm available.
Yeah.
And with that, like, it's just immediately done. Like, you can't fight an Urgot that is taking down the target, then Willer gets caught here. Yeah, as you point out, doesn't have a choice.
It was almost like a little fadeaway. Like,
it was.
He was like, there's no way this is going to happen to me in 100 years. Like, that's kind of why he just didn't react at all. He's like, wait, what? Also, I mean, imagine the amount of times they played against Urgot in the last bunch of games. Probably not that many, so was just not ready for that one.
Yep.
And now KT enjoying themselves a nice little 5,000 gold lead.
And the irony is that KT had one of their most notorious series losses when they blinded Kassadin against Guangdong. And now, Closer, as expected, hasn't had the impact on this map yet. And yeah, you know, Kassadin and Xayah, they skill very well. That's all fine. But when you're this far behind in items, I don't think it really is going to matter, right? Like, KT should be able to get the topside turret here as well. Closer is still at least 2 levels and 4 minutes away. So he's not going to be relevant on this next Drake fight. Envy's very far behind as well.
All right, they're just trying to solidify themselves underneath this turret, but Yeah, I don't think you can really stick around here, Liv Sandbox. This Closer just going to hop away. KT take down another one. Baron just spawning, and with Urgot and Zeri and Veigar, I mean, you have a lot of damage onto that objective as well, so could even consider trying to set up around that one. We'll see when they decide to make that move.
Really good bounce back from KT. Game number 1, extremely heavily in their favor. Game number 2, they got a little bit too excited. They got a little bit over the top with some of their plays, and it backfired immensely. But this game number 3 is a return to form, right?
It's kind of weird. It's like the team that has the expectation to win is struggling the most. Like, I think Liv Sandbox clapback in game 2. I was like, man, these guys are going to come back. They're going to make a big play here in game 3. But now that the expectation was on them, they have fallen by the wayside pretty heavily. And KT, you know, able to take a little bit of a breather and say, whoa, that was crazy. And just stabilize their mental here in game 3. It's been a good look for them.
I thought you were going to say, hey, that's crazy, so call me maybe, but...
no, wrong team.
Well, I know, but I do like that song, Velda, so I was just hoping that you would go in that direction. And there is ways for Sandbox to win this game, but it mostly involves KT doing nothing for, give or take, 10 minutes. So as long as they don't do that and don't flip Baron or Elder, KT's fine. They have Cage again to make it hard for Willa to actually get in. Their turn and hard engage is incredible with Rakan and Sejuani, so just force a fight, right? Like the item leads, the level leads that you have are extremely impossible to play into here. And barring diving or flipping an objective that you shouldn't and like giving over bounties, you can do whatever you'd like on the map.
Yeah, and they're enjoying this amount of priority on the map to just clear out all the vision. You see that they have tons of deep wards in the enemy red side jungle as well. Red buff jungle over there as Closer is up a level at the moment, even though both of these players have not completed their Rod of Ages just yet. Looks like they're both about to proc. So Closer should be close to level 16.
Oh, deep TP.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. They have so many wards deep behind enemy lines as a lot of damage is going into Cuz, but it's Aftershock Sejuani. They try to turn up on the top side. Closer is in a really rough spot, but at least the Urgot ultimate does sail wide through the stopwatch. Now Willer is like miles behind enemy lines. Just going to have to walk through a turret here, it looks like, as Cuz has his eyes on him. And Willer is not long for this world, as they will give this kill over to aiming. Eventually. Down he goes.
And an attempt to try and pick up a mid lane turret as a repercussion. Not going to work out, as Kael is also now dead. But they're not even going to go for him, which I think is a great choice. Yeah, you don't care about this Leona kill. Doesn't matter at all.
Frankly, this is LCK playoffs, right? Like, I'm just trying to make sure I'm in the right place.
You are.
Okay, just making sure. Liv Sandbox is going to take down the Constellation Cloud Drake. They will deny Cloud Soul with this, at least. But KT will be taking the Baron, as Lehens is split pushing here. He's got aiming nearby. And yeah, the objective bounty Cloud Drake will go over to the side of Liv Sandbox.
Yeah. What? It's just Lance. It's fine. He's okay. As Willer?
Okay, we're going pretty deep for this one. Maybe they didn't know that BDD was there, so that's going to be the end of Willer. As Bertel, nice third man knockup, but we are going real deep behind enemy lines here as Keen is going to be pulled back, and that's going to be the end of it. Closer, the only one left alive, as he might just be able to get back into the base.
Bertel dragged the Keen with, he had the Furby on death active. They got feared. Envy actually couldn't do anything there.
Yep.
Don't yep me.
I wasn't going to say anything, but you know,
oh, what a disaster.
It did happen. It did happen.
Level 16.
Yeah, Closer. Okay, we did it. Pog.
Well, it's early on. Wait, they can't actually end.
Is the game actually not over?
Well, it is, but technically isn't.
Okay.
And technically being correct is the most important thing in the
yeah.
Valdas is, I'm sure you know.
For a second, I thought Kyle was going to jump that wall.
Yeah, me too. I was ready for it.
It's just the way this game is going. Like, he's just going to do it, right? All right. We
So it's a
are going to
flank.
watch this again.
Oh, I don't want to. It's a flank, but you know they're down a member, so it doesn't really work. This is so tragic. Watch this. Oh no!
He pulls the fear through his team.
Yeah, because obviously was trying to cancel it and like get him before the reactivation comes through, but he didn't. He dragged them right when. This is reminiscent, but this is worse. This is reminiscent of the Jace getting a kill with the W. I don't remember.
That
which
was
game
really
it was.
funny.
That was great.
That was a fun time.
That was a yo. So it's
Okay.
11K. So KT should be completely fine.
It's okay. Kassadin is level 16. Okay.
No.
Now is his moment. He's on 2 items.
No, I don't think that's true. I think they're just in here.
Yeah.
Mid lane shoving in. They still Baron buff for 25 seconds. They should be completely fine. And your closer can't even get in.
Yeah. Does not have an angle of cages make things really difficult as well. Even, you know, with the blink, it doesn't really matter. It's just an annoying thing that you have to get through as Bertel is in the cage. Dodges a lot of stuff, so he will be okay. But yeah, they're holding on by like the fingernail of their pinky right now, as we do have the push coming in down through the bottom lane. KT not going to waste any time, not going to wait for another Baron in 3 minutes. They say, no, we can just push this one. We are far enough ahead. And you know, we've actually seen that backfire sometimes.
Yeah, as long as they don't all die here, things are fine. Okay? There's no reason to worry.
Envy is in the cage. The Solar Flare does come in. Tanks up a lot with that. Their Storm.
Yeah, but that's not the biggest cooldown goal.
They don't have a wave anymore. They're just sitting here in the enemy base.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like BDD can back by
Yeah.
and TP back in, and without Featherstorm, I don't think they can win these fights.
Closer, I think he attacked because I'm not 100% sure though. I don't have real evidence of that actually happening.
And they go, KT!
Yeah, okay, nice little knock up here. Bertel gonna push them back, but the Sedge ultimate is way too big as Envy is getting a bunch of autos down, but the wallets are just a bit too heavy as the wave does come in from the bottom side. And KT will go on to match point in this best of 5 as down will go the Nexus, and KT will take the lead 2-1.
And after a crazy game 2, it's back to business. Back to KT being the expected superior team here. And you know I had to vote for the crab.
Of course.
Had to do it.
It was a great look. You know, counters in the lane, has great team fighting abilities just with the Fear Beyond Death. The Fear, especially if you get pulled through the entire team, you know, you get that extra value.
So I do think that as fun as that was, at that point the game was
of course.
was already
I'm
over.
just having fun. Just a crazy, wonky game.
It's
So Sandbox
also-
want to shake that one off.
Also means that now Urgot is sitting at 50% win rate this split.
Ooh,
Yeah, maybe we'll see
nice.
more of it. The K'Sante counter that we hadn't seen yet. And yeah, when we load it in, we're like, Sandbox, there's one thing you got to do. You see like where they were at the 22-minute mark, that was fine. That was where it was still manageable.
Yeah.
And then afterwards it rapidly went up and it was no longer manageable. But expert game, look, this is not a KT Gold graph. Look at that. They were winning from the start.
So smooth.
It's so smooth. It's so clean. They got the early prio, got the early objectives, put Sandbox on the back foot, and you know who they took out was Willer. And again, we see when Willer's on the back foot, Sandbox struggles.
Yeah, they really had a rough one in that one. So KT, a very nice showing, and the mental game continues for both teams in this best of 5 as the heat is on to Live Sandbox. They will have to come back from this one. Well, we will see, guys. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
줄게 천천히 베이가 텔 찍고 얘들아 무조건 베이가 그 카사딘부터 누려 칸 한번
빨리 잡아보자.
ful폭 빠졌어 오케이 노플 끝한테 괜찮아 레오나 나왔어 차에 높을 잡았어 오케이 와우 빡빡이 아저씨야 손 여기 가뒀는데 차에 노플 아 죽여야지 해도에서 굿 루어킹
What an impressive game coming through here from KT.
Flip Sandbox! I don't know what it is with this team, but they won another series.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. And KT, they smack back here in game number 3, being able to pick up the victory over Liv Sandbox. We had some question marks, though, especially when it came to this draft. There were some strange things happening, gentlemen. Please, explain them to me.
So, I mean, we put the Xayah in red, but Xayah is actually like the longest range champion on Liv Sandbox's composition. And there are 2 champions on the side of KT, the Urgot and the Veigar, where like they excel in a short range champions, into melee champions. And like, look at the composition of Liv Sandbox, they just charge into you. There's no other option with how they want to team fight. Like, it doesn't fit well with the Xayah, but also, like, when they fell behind, it's like, okay, your only way to win fights is to charge headfirst through a cage into an Urgot. Not a great plan.
Yeah, I think you're just opting into losing the early and mid game basically with this composition. You can't really fight, you can't really skirmish, and we saw them attempt to do so and lose horribly because your Kassadin isn't going to come online until way later in the game. He got level 16 like as the game was ending. The Xayah can scale really well, even low range here, because she can obviously do a lot of damage in team fight. She's well protected here against things like the Rakan, the Veigar that she could blow up instantly if she gets into range. She could set up that ultimate and the call, but like, we never got to that stage of the game, and how can you, when you can have like one of these scaling aspects, but not all of them at the same time and losing lane. So picking the K'Sante this early means you're always going to have a losing lane up their top side too. It didn't have to be the Urgot, but it was the Urgot in this case.
I think as well, like they picked the Kassadin into the Veigar, and it's like, oh, we'll both just scale, but it's like, well, yeah, but the Veigar will have priority and be useful and scale compared to Kassadin, who will only scale. So yeah, I couldn't figure out.
No, it was extraordinarily strange. The R3 Kassadin and then R4 Xayah were almost illegal in my opinion. But we gave them the benefit of the doubt. We got into the game, and then this happened. And honestly, like, things were kind of back and forth, skirmishy, scrappy for Liv Sandbox. They kind of liked that. But then the Keen effect erupts onto the Rift.
Yeah, and like, Envy obviously gets caught here, and this is really unfortunate, but Liv Sandbox are trying to force these fights so much in the mid game here before their comp is online. Like, trying to take a Herald while your AD carry is pushed under turret, like, you can't do this. You're gonna get engaged on by Lehens as well. And it almost felt like the point of Liv Sandbox's comp, they realized like, oh, our comp scales, but it's gonna take forever. Maybe if we randomly get some kills on our Kassadin, he'll get fed faster, like, and we can force these fights, but you can't.
And they're like, oh no, we lost the fight, so now things are worse. Yeah, that's kind of how it's going. I feel like Keen hits over like really fun highlight moments in these fights, but I think the early game was really what solidified this point. But then, you know, sniping the Xayah there with the ultimate just kind of was like the nail in the coffin.
It was, and Cuz was ahead by what, like 15 camps in the mid game or something like that?
Yeah, like Cuz isn't really in our highlights, but he just took all of Willer's jungle away. I think Willer was level 5 for like 2 whole minutes. He could just never hit level 6 because he had no camps to farm. He was just constantly being harassed all game long. It was basically a 5v4 for a lot of the game because there's just no impact you can make. You don't have priority, so no one can help you either. Like,
it's crazy. Let's jump into our second highlight here, though, and have a look at how it all kind of concluded. And this was, it's just a mess. Honestly, like, so much of this game was crazy.
Yeah, it just feels like, even though we had said there were concerns with the composition, it still feels uncoordinated, like, ignoring that. And, like, the team ended up so split. Willer's now running away to be with his people, apparently, and the rest of the team are like, you're on your own there. And, you know, there's a lot of time where they're just chasing him down, but it's just like, there's no recourse. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, where are you cross-mapping, you know, while they're chasing this Vi? You're trying to actually come over here and salvage the play, like...
And it's the jungler, so they kill the jungler, and then no matter what, like, he's in the death chamber for the time it takes for you to do Baron anyway.
Yeah, and then we have... Hell, just like, where is this Leona going? Like, that's not your side of the map.
And Envy is, like, trying to force this turret down and has to ult, so you have, like, no angles anymore. The Sandbox just look in losses like this, so uncoordinated.
Oh, and this, speaking of coordination, this was so well coordinated between Birdle and Keen, where you can see the ult from Urgot is about to fear, and he drags him past the rest of the team. That was pretty slick, and unfortunately devastating for Liv Sandbox's chances in this game.
It's actually really, it'd be really hard to do that. He makes sure that he hits it on both of them underneath the turret, right in the middle.
And the saddest part of all of it, like as cool and funny as that was, it's like it ultimately wouldn't have mattered. Like I don't think I think they both die regardless of the all-out attempt there or not. Really one-sided game here. KT definitely stumbling in game 2, but in game 3, solid draft, nice advantages in the early game.
Yeah, picking it back up. Let's have a look at who picks up POG for this one. Will it be Cuz? Will it be Keen? It'll be Cuz! Not Rob? Oh, not Rob this time around. You love to see it.
I thought Keen was going to get it for sure because he looked really cool all game long, but Cuz dominated the early game, and not just against the enemy jungler where he had Cryo, right? Because that's somewhat easy to do, but he was always at the right place at the right time and was forcing these plays. Like every time any of the lanes tried to do anything, he was there, he shut it down.
Yeah, I think the game looked very flashy because Keen had already kind of did one, right? He was capitalizing on the lead they had so he could do all these sick plays, but like Cuz was the person who got them there, constantly challenging the jungle, just not letting the Vi breathe. And if there was any sort of recourse, you could maybe break the draft open by finding a good early gank. There was no chance when your Vi just didn't get to play the game.
Yeah.
Wow, 9 out of 11.
9 out of 11. Even Chronicler, dirty Kane voter here, for the Erdal, for the Erdal.
Just want to say it's a pretty media pog type situation here as far as those votes are concerned. But it is now time to get into game number 4. Can Live Sandbox actually get us to the Silver Scrapes? There's 2 gentlemen that are waiting alongside that can tell us exactly what's going to happen.
Thank you, Spacers, as I believe this is Cuz's uncle. Yes, it is. He has come down to support the 2-time POG so far in this series. As you give Cuz an inch, and maybe even a little bit more than an inch in Prio, and he will take a mile, and he will carry your team. So Cuz doing an excellent job here, as once again Cuz's uncle on screen, having a great time with his nephew getting all the attention.
Yeah, Cuz has been on the forefront, and coming into today's matches, what we were wondering about is to what extent would he be able to put down Willer. And in that previous game we saw, and even in game number 1, he is. The draft from KT, allowing them to have Prio in every single lane, combined with some of the early game mishaps from Sandbox, snowballed so incredibly well. And that game number 2 seems like a distant memory. After seeing this game and seeing game number 1.
It was great to see KT really turn things around. Like, I was just really shocked by that all happening. I'm sure a lot of us were, but as you were saying, you know, hopefully KT can put that behind themselves and just move on from here. As, you know, games 1 and 3, they were just kind of stomping them. So Blue Sandbox, of course, they will take blue side and ban away Sejuani, as they do not want this to happen again.
Not going to risk that again. Talia remains on the ban list here. Not going to be given over. And for Sandbox, gonna try as Veigar again here. It's such a tough position for Sandbox to be in, because we also know that closest Veigar isn't anything impressive. I would love if they pick bot lane Veigar. That is a thing that is really good on this patch. It's getting nerfed on the next one for a reason. It's going to be the Vi pickup here again for Willer. Back to Zeri we go.
Yeah. Any Zeri enjoyers?
I don't think you'll find a lot, Valdez.
Well,
I know
we're
it's
gonna
a
have 4
rhetorical
games
question,
of Zeri.
but I don't. I'm not on board. Cuz again going for Xin Zhao here. Very strong pick that has been rising in priority. And knowing KT, they're probably not going to pick Lulu on free here. They've been shying away from that, and also don't want to see lands on that. That's not fun. As Aphelios Fresh, I'm sure to come through here. Going to be probably met by Blitzcrank. I don't think the draft was the problem, but the Rakan here lands like, you know what? That was my first game.
Yeah.
Champion's pretty good. And it is.
Yeah, it's cool to see that even in this situation where he didn't have to take the Rakan away, he picks it just understanding that Rakan itself is strong. You don't only have to pick it with Xayah. You can pick it with other stuff. So we do see it coming in here. LeBlanc once again banned. We had a lot of Renekton focus here from Live Sandbox in the games past, earlier in the series.
And KT as per usual, keeping those solo lanes towards the tail end of the draft. In the previous game, we got the early Veigar pickup, but looks like it will be Keen or BDD. As the Sylas ban remains true here. Closer, the other key member of Sandbox, also being kept down a little bit here. I haven't seen his Akali yet, and desperate times might call for desperate measures, but into KT specifically, you got to ban TF, otherwise we're not going to end up seeing that pick. It's going to be the Crab.
So...
Wow. Ahri? Well, Ahri and Zinzao is a great combo. But Vi Lissandra is pretty good. My main worry would be Closer piloting Lissandra. But this matchup is notoriously hard for the Ahri. And that's a pretty decent amount of backline dive we got here.
Yeah, but again, you know, remembering from game number 2, KT really struggled from behind with a similar composition.
Yep.
So Liv Sandbox, you know, they're kind of priced into either going all into this composition and hoping you get ahead, or pick something to try to shore up some of those weaknesses in the composition. It looks like we might just get K'Sante, and, you know, Renekton Urgot bans kind of lead you to believe this, but Keen's champion pool is, it's as massive as the Pacific Ocean, so I'm sure he's got anything, and he's going to go for Malphite again. Why not?
Go to bring it back here. Malphite. I think very similar to game number 1. Lissandra ain't killing Malphite. So
no.
If Sandbox don't snowball, game becomes very hard to play out for them. But I do think that this is one of the best drafts they've had for snowballing. Even in game number 2 that they won, I don't think it was about the draft. It was much more about how disorganized KT looked. But like, Lissandra into Ahri is a great matchup. The only thing I'd be worried about is making sure that Wheeler actually gets to play the game. Because I do think Zinzao is a lot stronger in the 1v1. You do have to respect this pick. And you can't allow him to invade Wheeler again. You need early prio here. We need to see Closer and the bot lane do a better job than in game number 3, because once KT gets a grip, we've seen they're not relenting.
Yeah, it's going to be of the utmost importance that Liv Sandbox show up here early in this game. Early and often. They get their jungler ahead, they get their lanes ahead, and they snowball from there. Otherwise, we might just see game number 2, except on the other side here. Let's take a look at all of these wonderful fan signs. Liv Sandbox, bring playoff round 2 ticket.
Well, they got to win back-to-back matches. Winning this one would put them in a good position when it comes to momentum, but we've seen Sandbox look like the sort of better team in 1 game and look like the much weaker team in 2. So good luck on that one.
Absolutely. Well, guys, this is going to be another interesting game here as we hop into the Rift for game number 4. Let's do it. Here we go, on to the Rift for game number 4. As I was kind of surprised to see BDD just slam down the Ahri as soon as he did, but I suppose just wanting to mix it up here, you know, denied his Taliyah and Veigar once again, so wanting to get his hands onto the Ahri pick this time.
Where is my BDD Zoe? You know, the champion got buffed. I mean, I don't think it was a super relevant buff, but
it's a buff.
It is a buff. And we have seen many a time that champions can go untouched, get one small buff, and then become 100% big pick and ban prio. Very consistently.
Yeah. Sometimes we see buffs that are insanely large.
Yeah.
So that they get 100% presence, like Annie.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't trying to be negative here, Valdez. You know,
Same.
I'm
oh yeah. Well, pointing out that Annie is, you know, back on top.
Yeah, she
Highest
is.
presence in the LCK.
I think many other leagues as well.
Makes sense. Annie got picked last night in Challengers playoffs. That was confusing. They won the game, even though they lost the early game.
Shocking turn of events.
Yeah, eventually, you know, Bay just pressed his Tibbers button, and they won.
Bay, the one and only?
The one and only. The MSI participant Bay. Didn't they make semis?
I don't know if that was the Bay lineup. I think that was the year before.
It was the year before.
Yeah, it was the year beforehand.
Okay. Yeah, so Felios just going to get the early push in this lane, just like we saw earlier on today.
And big upside here is that Wheeler actually does get to play out and clear his jungle. We have both junglers on bottom half of the map. And Envy and Cal gotta be a little bit careful here, but as long as aiming and lights are level 1, they don't really have to be worried. Even if Cuz shows his face. Call again. So if you needed another sign that Envy and Cal are not trying to snowball early on, but are just looking to get through the early game on relatively even footing, you got it there. Was Keen, same skin as well. Not a man of variety.
Yeah. You gotta stay consistent, you know? You just won with the skin, you might as well pull it out again.
Sure.
It only makes sense.
I'm a believer in, you know, variety is the spice of life. Just try different stuff. Are we going to dive here? Ooh, I don't know. I hope not. It's not going to be the case. Yeah, they're full health and they have summoners, so
yeah,
would have been a roughie. Not going to be the case.
I think we're just going to play this out a lot like game number 1, where just kind of farm it out, you know, even trading scuttles and just farm out jungles. Everybody's just kind of hanging out for the very early game, not trying to make any big plays or anything. I think we will see very different kind of League of Legends in the other series in LCK playoffs. I think that, especially the way these drafts have gone and kind of the meta of this best of 5, it doesn't really feel like either of these teams really wants to take any big early game chances, but especially when like T1 comes in, even Genji as well, you could definitely look for some more action early on.
I mean, even D+ have, I think, been most successful when they are aggressive, starting at minute 1. Hollow Life, not so much. I don't expect them to be at the forefront of that. Though, you know, Klitz had that one Vi game.
He did.
Yeah. Well, Lanza and aiming are really struggling here. And I don't expect this to change anytime soon. As Envy is just farming up his coal. Birdle taking a few hits. Trading into Malphite is tough in the best of times. And Asante in particular not really going to be able to chew through the shield very reliably. So King can just clap. And
hey, the knock up, the ignite as well, but Lantern Shield comes in as Cuz. Level 4, and Envy took a massive chunk now as he does have Flash. Has popped the Ghost already. Cuz looking to burn some summoners here. He will get the Flash out of Kyle as well.
Clean here. Will be the Hex Flash still available for Kyle, and Envy keeps his Flash. That's big. Without the Flash, I do think that even with a Fresh being there, can be a bit of a sitting duck if you are Felios in your early game plays. So big moment here. Nicely done by Cuz though. Again, making his presence known on the map. And the initial trade not looking too good, and I think that's why Envy and Kyle were like trying to extend it, try and stack the Conqueror, try and go for a little bit more damage after the upfront burst of aiming in the hands was thrown out, but they were not allowed to. And going to now be a little bit lower on health, but with Kyle still full health, Ignite, Flash available. Not going to be too worried.
Once again, we return to Farming Simulator 2023.
I mean, Leisure of Legends.
Leisure of Legends?
Yeah.
I've never heard that one, actually. Leisure of Legends.
That's what we're doing. You know, the Legends are just on the Rift having a good time. Just taking it easy.
And you can say leisure like 2 different ways, right? Don't they say it like leisure in like
I don't know.
UK?
Yeah, they probably
okay.
do.
There's the Flash. I was hoping that Lens was going to do that a lot more often when he was playing Blitzcrank.
Big win.
But still a win.
As early Drake, Wheeler is by. As great early Drake takes. Neither bot lane is backed yet, and yeah, I'm not sure. My accent is a bit of an amalgamation.
Because then you could say leisure of leisure. And it kind of rhymes with both.
Yeah.
A little bit, you know, like.
Sure. But
kind of works.
The sentence doesn't really make a lot of sense anymore.
Yeah, but you get 2 leisures in there, so.
Yeah, but why would you need 2?
It's double the fun.
Well, factually it is, because that's what leisure means.
There you go.
Wow.
It all adds up.
Learning a lot
1
here.
+ 1 is 2. As Keen's going to get this plate. He did this in the first game as well. Uh-oh. Yeah, don't back on a ward. It's generally not a good idea. So,
well,
still they are ahead down here, but Envy has not been able to leave the lane yet.
Well, yeah, he's not going to. Now, Aiming actually going to be able to get some tempo here. Might enable a Drake. Tusk currently clearing his top side. Wouldn't be surprised as Envy is like, you know what, it's only like a couple more waves. Maybe I'll just go... No, you shouldn't go for the full call. Never listen to the voice inside your head telling you to go for the full call.
No.
Although we have seen, I think it was in Cannon Top, like somewhere last week. But
yeah.
Don't do that. You need items. Items are good. And Envy and Cal, with the back now coming through, should be able to get or maintain rather a decent amount of pressure. Cal is kind of walking through the jungle, top half of the map.
Yeah. Sure.
Sure. It didn't find anything, so he's just going back. That's okay as well.
Leisure of leisure.
Are we going to see a trade for the objectives? And this is, we joke, but from KT's perspective, it's understandable because game number 2 was somewhat in their control, and then they made a couple of big mistakes, so they don't want to really do any or make any major mistakes, do anything wrong. And then Sandbox are at match points, and they are not in the double elimination part of the bracket yet. So if they lose here, that's their spring season donezo.
Yeah.
So, but with this draft in particular from Sandbox, you gotta make some moves, and it looks like we might get those, maybe soon-ish. Right? No.
Well, thank
Not
you
yet.
for your extreme confidence, Chronicler. That's definitely going to help.
Yes.
Yes, and it does look like KT are going to start this one up. Cuz is on the Drake.
They don't have Prio. Oh, the Keen roam.
Yeah, he is making his way down. Birdall, no teleport. This is a big committal for just the one Drake,
Yeah,
as
they
Liv
see
Sandbox will give it away.
They can't. Yeah, with Keen spotted. And that is going to be, at the very least, one plate and a wave going into the turret here. Birdall going to be able to get a back timing in. And, you know, you give up a plate, you give up a single Drake, or you get a single Drake, rather. It's probably worth it. I don't think you're feeling too bad about that one. It's not like Malphite is going to be bothered by falling behind in lane.
It's fine.
It's no problem.
You get the Hextech Drake as well. Charm landed and was used for a very minor win in the trade.
And this is a pre-nerf.
True.
Hextech. You know, that's
big.
That's big. As, yeah, Wheeler does need reinforcements. As Envy is alone.
No flash at the moment. He's like 10 seconds away. Lahen's always threatening, always watching.
Cal's on his way back. Yeah, should be fine now.
Yeah. Lahen's just going to hop over to his AD carry. We do have the root coming in, but Lahen's with Merc Treads first.
Yeah.
He's like, nope.
Gotta keep him safe. He's a tenacious man.
Yeah. Tenacious Rakan.
When will First Blood happen, Valdez?
I'm going to say both these teams are going to fight over the Herald at 13 minutes.
I like it. Maybe like 13:45 so that one of the two teams all-ins for a Herald that isn't going to get played.
That would only make the most sense. Speaking of which, Envy is running to the top side of the map.
Yeah, well, Sandbox is setting up for exactly that.
Uh-oh. May come in here earlier than I expected.
Yeah, they got to slow it down.
Okay, Malphite under the turret is going to ult away.
That's big. That's probably that. You know, that 13-minute. Envy, I feel like he should already be here.
Yeah, so aiming is just going to get turret plates again. We saw this before.
Wordle can TP towards bot though, so I do think that the fallout should be minimal.
Yeah, because sticking around, but it doesn't look like they are actually trying to fight this. So, yep, Live Sandbox take it down. PDD does get a turret plate mid. So a couple of plates given over to the side of KT in trade of this objective.
That's a big win. And the Sandbox comp to me, when they're not snowballing, does feel a little lackluster. Envy does have his cooldown, now got the Guild Force as well.
Uh-oh, Cuz going very deep beyond a ward as he's just going to Crescent Guard, but he gets stunned up anyway as First Blood does come in at 12.5 minutes here, given over to the Lissandra. It might be the stepping stone for Live Sandbox to start their snowball.
And Cuz, crucially getting caught out there at a very unfortunate moment. Keen doesn't have ultimate, so no fear there. And this is the counter side, or the counterpoint rather, to what can happen if you go a little bit too aggressive on the counter jungle. That roaming death squad of Willer and Closer extremely effective. Willer starts the play from a very long distance. And getting Closer fed, I think, is really important because the composition from Sandbox is going to struggle playing into Malphite because there is a lot of AoE damage that you really shouldn't be able to get down on Keen. Right, because Envy has to play very respectful. The rest doesn't have a great setup. But yeah, it must have been a misread here on where they were and them backing after the Herald because, yeah, it's Vi and Lissandra.
Yep.
So
there's a ward there too. So he walked over Vision into the enemy jungle without knowing 100%. And so it's going to be a nice start here for the side of Live Sandbox, about 1,500 gold lead. Keen is a lone bot for now. Going to pick up 2 plates somehow right before they go down. Nice little shoring up of gold there for the Malphite.
Interesting as well, actually. Keen going for Emacs. Often you see Malphites go for the Q because of the trading that you can get with a Meteor. But into the K'Sante, instead opting into the heavy attack speed slow, so denying Birdle the opportunity to trade as well as K'Sante would like. Nice little piece attack there, and also if he ever hits Envy, Envy does not get to play the game. So it's a nice added benefit of being Malphite. And we might have a fight for this dragon here. Maybe.
I hope so, Chronicler.
What do you mean? This is tension building. That's what's happening here.
Yeah.
We are building up to the inevitable death and destruction on the Rift. No more leisure.
Both these teams have so much pick potential, it almost feels like they're both scared to make a mistake.
Oh yeah,
like neither team is doing anything. Like, KT are going to set up here on this Drake. And let's see if Live Sandbox will begin to press their buttons. I mean, you've got Vi Lissandra. Look for a pick on the Zeri, you know, do something.
Not happening.
Okay, never mind. Just give them the Drake. That's okay, yeah. Okay.
They knew it was Chemtech. So it doesn't matter.
I don't know what to say, Chronicler.
Who does this? If this is a low kill game for like the next 20 minutes.
What did Live Sandbox mean by this? To bring back a classic from Wolf.
Oh, you're my English teacher?
What did they mean by this? So what was the angle?
I think it's commentary on the state of League of Legends at the moment, where we have gotten so used to these early game aggression.
Yeah.
And the
having too much of that nowadays. Yeah.
Being heavily contested.
Yeah, I really didn't enjoy all the fun and interactive action and back and forth team fighting.
Hey, you don't get to have it either way. Okay, these are pick comps. I've been hearing you talk about CC into CC into CC, and then they don't, and then you're still not happy.
I mean,
come on, Val.
That's an entirely different discussion.
Is it? No, it is. I'm kidding.
Maybe it isn't.
Maybe it isn't. Maybe this is the other side of the coin.
Well, we have double Everfrost for extra pick potential.
But they also have a lot of Merc.
Double stop.
No,
double
it's
stopwatch.
It's the triple versus double.
True. The triple-double. Nice.
That's a full house.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not...
Well, triple-double is a thing in basketball.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't...
It's where you get 3 stats where they are double digits.
Yeah, it's not a very popular sport in you know, in the not really. Yeah.
Don't you guys have like the average tallest population?
Yeah, you'd think we'd use that, but no, it's mostly ice skating.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You need the long legs for those
Yeah.
big ice skating strides.
Yep.
And we're talking about this during a playoff match because, guys, nothing's happening.
This is
Both these teams have elected. They have decided together that they are not going to press their buttons, and we are going to farm it out. And we might just get a Zeri versus Aphelios late game.
Yeah, and then one team has the insane amount of dive with Vi and Lissandra and Cassante.
Knockback here. Birdall's like, okay, I'm going to knock him into the Vi. And Keen presses his R button.
That's TP invested as well. Now, Closer does have his Spellbook. And you know what the lesson is here? Trying to do stuff does not pay off.
Exactly. Just don't fight. It might actually work out better for you. They are going to take down the second Rift Herald here, as it looks like KT will trade it for a turret.
First turret block, that's big.
Yeah. And you see Keen is up here. He's like, well, I'm not getting near this.
Yeah, who does it favor? I'm leaning Sandbox, because I think that as long as Envy has Flash, I think Keen will lose a lot of impact. And I really like Aphelios into short-range compositions, which, looking at KT, that's the case. And they have decent peel, they have a Fresh, so I'm feeling okay about that one. But if Envy missteps like once and he gets charmed, or he doesn't have Flash, right? If Cuz or Lens or BDD is able to force a Flash, then he doesn't really get to play the game because Keen exists. And there isn't a lot of counterplay to Malphite ult for an Aphelios. So in that scenario, game becomes a lot harder to play out for Sandbox. I'm expecting all hell to break loose any second.
Oh yes.
I get it though, you know, you don't want to mess up. You don't want to be the guy that gets caught, that gets picked, and then you lose a Drake. And then you lose a turret.
I mean, you got to do it as a team. You got to make some plays happen as a team.
But
like,
what if you don't?
Well, that's what we're seeing happening now. I mean, it does look like with the second Herald, at least, Liv Sandbox are going to push forward some of their objective
Closer?
wins. Yeah, a little action here.
Nope.
Hey, he took the claw. I'll give him that. He took the claw. An attempt at a death sentence.
Yes. KT gives up mid, which is a very important turret, but does trade well with the side lane pickup here. And this is going to be a Chemtech Drake for Sandbox, it looks like. They're forsaking side waves. And just let those waves crash into top, don't matter. It's no big deal. Teleport for Birdall. Sure. Does have his Jack shows done now. No death cap, I think, for BDD here, crucially.
Yeah, he has rushed that second item. As Closer actually went in death sentence here onto a Xin Zhao. Definitely not the target you want, as Closer has to ult himself just to try to avoid more action. Lens is waiting in the wings. He says, team, I'm Rakan. I'd just love to press my buttons. This is what I do.
Birdall is going to get spotted here.
Yeah.
And I guess it doesn't matter because he's just going to take blue buff.
Yes. Keen just teleported bot. Just waiting for that. Charm actually hit onto Willer, but the Q did not.
Oh, no blue buff taken. Lehens on an angle.
No blue buff taken, Chronicler. No blue buff.
Oh, Keen. He's a mountain.
He's got a nearly undodgeable ult. Do you think he presses it?
I think
Will Liv Sandbox just give them the Drake?
Yeah, they're gonna let it go.
Okay.
You don't have the Sundra ultimate.
TP?
Yeah, Nash. You just Nash. For something. Do anything. Please. Oh, this is it. This is the moment. It's happening. No, it's just a bait. They're already here. Wait, it's the Giga Blast Cone into Lissandra flank angle. They have started it up now, and they're back off.
All right, I think this is the moment. Hook into Keen as Closer is behind enemy lines, but they just try to turn onto him. As deep he goes, he gets charmed! As in goes Lahens, a massive combo in the backline. Envy can't play the game. As he is kiting back though, Keen is super tanky, but he will eventually go down. Has to try to flash to get away from this one. And a massive light visual comes in. Aiming goes in just to die immediately as KT runs straight into Liv Sandbox's trap. Man, they shouldn't have pressed their buttons.
It was a mistake!
They win the fight and they're gonna take down the Baron.
This is feeling like a game number 5, Valdez! KT, even with the pings, even with knowing that Closer was there, and what looked like a disjointed play from Sandbox with Villa joining the fight very late. Sandbox out-executed him, and that's what we, if we're gonna look at the replay, do keep note here, exactly what we were worried about as the death cap is finished now. Look at Envy here, right? Because Envy and Aiming are the only people that really matter here. Closer gets taken low, sure, but has his self ult, and there is no follow-up here. Keen hits his ultimate, but there is no Cuz, there's no BDD, there's no aiming. And this, once this happens, and Envy just gets to kite back like
and
that
this,
with a
oh, the
Valios.
hook from Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle's the exhaust as well.
He
right?
is a genius mastermind.
Which I think the exhaust was from Closer, coming up so big there as well, denying aiming any potential Zeri moments. And now KT, they do have soul points still available. They still have a Zeri. BDE now has his death cap finished.
Yeah.
So it's not done, but this is not looking good.
It just looks a lot like Game 2, right? Where, you know, they tried to force things. It kind of gets a little bit down and dirty, a little scrappy, you know? And Liv Sandbox are like, hell yeah, let's do it. And they all into Aphelios with no follow-up means that Envy lives, and he loves when targets are in his range.
Yeah, it's interesting because Game 1 felt like it was KT actually like messing up, right? They were taking really bad plays. They were playing way too aggressive.
Game 2, right?
Sorry, Game 2, yeah. But in this one, it was Sandbox just setting up a nice trap, and like KT not really being able to deal with it. The amount of attention that Closer drew was still enough. And now you're going to be in a very big goal deficit here. Gold lead's growing and growing here for Sandbox.
Yeah, about 5,000 the lead. KT do have these Drakes, which will shore up a little bit of that. But again, it's especially in a relatively even game, but also with Liv Sandbox with the lead, you're going to love Envy's chances to fight these out if he can always position as well as he did in the last fight, and essentially just distance himself from too many threats.
Crucially, Envy now has his Lord Dumps done, so he will be a lot more susceptible to getting 100 to 0'd. The BT obviously helps a lot against that, but he will actually be able to shred Keen much faster than he did in the previous fight. And it all comes down to execution. Like, even with the deficit that you have as KT here, you can win. Like, you can easily still win a fight as long as you kill Envy. That's the one thing that you need to make happen. He doesn't have flash, still a quarter left on that cooldown. And if you can get a Keen ult off right now and take him down, get a soul, that will be a great turning point here for KT. But it's not looking too hot, Valdez. 4 kills in 26 minutes.
We're going back to old LCK days.
Yeah, but like, even as much as we mean, like, we haven't seen games like this, and I think it really is the pressure getting to the players, right? Like, KT hasn't looked like this for the entirety of the split, this afraid to go in, to mess up. They showed so much confidence, particularly in round robin 2.
Yeah, it's also weird that it's kind of game by game, you know? Like, if they get an early lead into a comfortable position, they're like, okay, you know, we're comfortable, we're not nervous, that's great, we can just play this out, we're going to play really well. The second it's even, or, God forbid, a deficit, it's like everything goes out the window. It's like we're going down on the roller coaster. Now, doesn't mean this game is entirely over, but we do see Keen face checking into them as he is incredibly tanky, of course. He can kind of sustain the damage. baits out the closer ult,
Yeah,
I guess.
that's 2 ultimates. That's big. Willer also ulted him. Without Envy actually in position with white guns, like he still needs time.
Yeah, now BDD's making his way in. We got teleport back in from Keen. They don't care about the Drake. I mean, Cuz might get in to try to steal it, but he doesn't really matter. Oh, he gets in and he does steal it! It's actually huge from Cuz to pick this one up. They get the Chemtech, so they're looking for the follow-up fight as a massive Keen ultimate gets on top of Envy, and the charm is there! Aphelios does 0 damage in the fight, and KT finally find the angle. The mental game is gone as they press their buttons, and they outplay Live Sandbox on the fight.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. I don't know, I think Envy might not have had his flash available yet there. It came just off cooldown. If I'm not mistaken, we'll see in the replay. Did try to Guild Force away, but it's KT able to get the soul there. And that soul, that's one thing, but you can't afford to then also lose the fight, right? That's the turning point. That's what KT were looking for. And that's what might end up winning in this game, winning the series even. Sandbox, everyone looking very sad, very defeated. Well, now Envy has his flash up again, but might be looking at a flip for Elder here. Velda says.
Watch Keen's angle, how he gets in.
Yeah, so Cuz getting this is one thing, right? But that's surmountable. But then this play from Cuz.
From Keen?
From Keen. Man, I swear I'm watching the game, Veldes. Cuz getting the steal, though, kind of sets off, I think, the panic sensors for Sandbox.
Yeah.
And then they seem very scattered, very disjointed. And yeah, the moment that Aphelios gets tagged by that ultimate, you know, the fight's over.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know, like, if he goes BT, if he has more defensive itemization, does he even survive? I don't think so, because this time there is follow-up. You have the Keen ultimate into Charm, and that's all you need, basically. Envy has Ghost, not Cleanse, and of course, I think that's a good idea into Malphite. But, you know, there is Rakan and Ahri for some Charm, so debatable. But either way, like, if you don't flash the Malphite ultimate, you're probably gonna die.
But despite all that, well, not only that, but despite all that, like, Sandbox is still even in gold. They're slightly ahead, but at this point doesn't mean that much. There are, of course, a couple of Drakes for KT.
Chemtech Soul.
Yes, we know it's not very relevant here. But into
think of the tenacity.
I don't even think it's that bad, right? Like, Closer's ult does lose a lot of value, but it's all about Envy. What can he do? Can he do any damage? Keen walking up. Very scary.
Yeah. Keen could also find an angle to try to burn a flash.
Oh,
and then go from there. He just can't go too deep, because if he goes in and like burns a flash but then dies, and then Live Sandbox get a Baron, it might not matter that Envy doesn't have flash. So it's a very tight rope that they're walking right now. It's not just, okay, we're just going to press our buttons and kill Envy and win the game. And Live Sandbox, obviously, if they keep Envy alive, definitely a fantastic chance for themselves.
It's a precarious balance that KT have to walk. But at the very least, they are in control of the map right now. Cuz and Lahans on an angle.
Nice little angle here. Kyle in a little bit of trouble as Cuz is not the target you want to attack here. Really, as Envy is autoing onto him, but the Crescent Guard is there. Hook comes in. They're going pretty deep onto this one. As, oh man, the Moonlight Vigil misses. And 0 damage will be done on that one, as now they're trying to get in onto Closer. As a nice little W here, but Closer is just going to have to ult himself. Trying to click the Lantern, but he cannot. He will go down. And now KT can turn onto the Baron.
Really important moment there. A lot of ultimates down. If that Moonlight Vigil hits, you might be fine, but that's not going to be the case. KT with this Baron surely should be able to close out this game.
Surely.
Well, at this point, I'm not feeling certain about anything, Veldes.
Surely they just take the Baron and win the game, right?
They will. They have the control. There's no closer available here.
Okay. Well, they do get the Baron. I will give you that. And let's see. Let's take another look at how this one starts. A pretty long fight.
As per usual, Kyle can do no wrong in my eyes. Starts chaining these hooks. Very nicely done. Bruno actually sets up the play very well. And once you are in range, if that hits and Cuz dies, you might be fine. But BDD, to me, main character here, actually starts off the chain that allows him to kill Closer, right? Because if he doesn't hit the Everfrost, Closer just gets over the wall. He's completely fine. That's not the case. It's that skill shot. And now KT, for what I think is the first time in this game, get a gold lead on top of their Baron. And this Baron buff also going to lead into an Elder. And all I ask from KT is don't flip it.
Don't flip it.
Just
okay. It's that
don't
easy.
flip it. It's that easy.
It's that easy.
If you flip it, I think you lose the series. There's no game 5. It's done.
Yeah.
It's over.
From there, we just call it.
Don't flip it. But they shouldn't, right? Like, they have the
I don't think they will have to.
Look at their bolt wave. Look at the Baron buff. They should get free mid prio here.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox doing a good job of kind of trying to stake their claim. You know, they don't want to just give this away for free. And there's a chance, right? You get a pick somewhere, you get a hook, and you chain that into some CC. Maybe you can take someone down, and that makes it not so much of a flip anymore. So even against the Baron, if they can somehow get prio in mid, which is obviously their main objective right now, they will have a chance.
Charms being fired. Tenacious is everyone on KT.
Yeah, BDD also has exhaust.
Hook being thrown, but not finding a target. And yeah, continue shoving in those waves. Look at the lack of vision. There is no flank TP. There is no angle here.
And they go once again, Cuz trying to slow them down. Keen stalking them on the Malphite.
Zeri can just start it up.
Yep. And it's already taken, 3k damage-ish.
Well, it is a lot of damage, though, because KT has 4 dragons.
Charm in onto Bertle. Has Cuz in a little bit of trouble here, but he is followed up. Nice stopwatch for Willer, but will he survive from here as he goes in onto Bertle, trying to make a play here onto the Cassante, who is just draining in life, goes into the stone blade, and a massive Keen ultimate again. Envy is just on the run, but down he goes! They lose the Aphelios, and that should be the nail in the coffin. They finally get the fight they were looking for, and KT will be able to take down the series 3-1.
It was a rough and bumpy ride, Valdez. And KT coming in like the clear favorite. In the end, clean 3-1. Nothing to see here.
Oh, what pristine dominance from KT tonight. Oh man, jokes aside, they get the job done.
That's what matters. You get the win.
You move on to double elimination, where you will at least have the buffer, and that they do. They take down Liv Sandbox 3-1. And they gotta be happy with that. Not a lot of big smiles on their faces. You see, actually, everybody's just feeling maybe a bit relieved to get through this series, as you could feel a bit of the nerves, a bit of the panic that was settling in onto some of those playoff matches. But they do it. They get the win. Nice try from Liv Sandbox. Made things interesting in game 2. Really put up a good fight, but just was not enough. KT, the better team tonight.
Yeah, an overperformance from Sandbox for sure. Even take into account some of the mistakes that KT themselves made. Sandbox looking like a team that didn't lose to Guangdong, which I swear did happen. But for KT, there's a lot to take away here. They were able to get their 3-1 victory. And as much as we joke, in game number 1 and game number 3, it was very obvious that they were better. But that game 2, and even that game 4 that they did end up winning,
the mid-game of game 4, man.
those are the games that
worried.
You would, because it does feel like against any of the opponents that are waiting for you in the next round, those moments of hesitation are going to be mercilessly punished. But for today, you get the win, and I do agree, even though it wasn't the former KT that we expected to see, very clearly them being the better team here tonight.
Yeah, and it does speak to, I think, the difference in level between the two teams, that KT, even through the struggles of the series, they still are relatively dominant. They're still able to get through. As Aiming says, a little shush and a kiss goodnight, perhaps, as he puts Liv Sandbox to sleep.
That's Aiming his first best-of-5 win.
Yeah.
In the LCK.
Series win.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
It's pretty crazy. Aiming's been around for a very long time, as has Lehens, who has quite a few best-of-5 wins.
He does, yeah.
And this is the KT Rollster Coaster, of course. Who's gonna stop them? It asks. It's not going to be Liv Sandbox. Not tonight. We did go on a little bit of a roller coaster today. But it is what it is. Made for a bit more of a fun series, which we can all be happy about. You know, a lot of 3-0 votes, a lot of 3-0 Preds, and it was all Chronicler and Ox, the absolute Giga Chad geniuses with their 3-1 exact predictions.
Hear me out. If you're a KT fan and they actually got a clean 3-0 tonight, you're worried. You're like, what is this? When is the collapse coming? But now you're like, okay, we're right where we always
are. Makes sense, okay.
We know
now
exactly.
They have a chance against T1.
Exactly. Everything's fine. This is how it's supposed to be as KT make this mistake one time. They go in aggressively without actually... I mean...
Style hooks, the power of Thresh coming through, Vi, like the turn from Willer to say, okay, I'm not going to go in, I'm actually going to peel for Envy. It was actually really, really nicely fought here by Liv Sandbox, so I want to give them credit.
And then here is the moment where the game is won by first Cuz getting that steal, but then most notably Keen, right? Like, in the middle of a guild force.
This man played 2 games of Malphite and 1 game of Urgot.
Yeah.
In 2023.
I know. Isn't it amazing?
What is happening?
I'm so happy.
Where am I? Who are these players?
And
the Champion Ocean.
BDD also, I think, not the main character of today's matches, but played a great series, right? Like the Aria working out for him, hit a couple of great skills, also built damage, which I personally am very happy about.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I know, right?
I want to hear these comms.
Look at Keen again. Oh, they're on. They have full vision, right? Ward's just sitting there.
They're like mid, no bot, no mid, no bot. As, you know, they're just on the KT roster coaster. What can you expect?
But you see, I'm sure we'll get a little bit of Lahens shouting, but they're not feeling amazing, and lot to learn. But what matters is they got the victory.
Yeah, maybe this is a first step, a educational step perhaps for the team.
When Lahens isn't shouting, man, like that's when you know.
Yeah.
They had to work hard. What do you mean Malphite does the most damage in the game?
That wasn't even that much lane damage this time. That's 2 games on Malphite where he did the most damage. With the Zeri in the game, it doesn't matter. And I wonder if Hirai like got on the phone after game 3 or game 2. He's like, guys, I'm waiting at home, by the way. Like, you guys better win this series. And they did.
They did.
They won the series. It was a wonderful ride. From top to bottom, from left to right. Either way, guys, we are done here on the caster desk. Let's see what the guys at the space had to say about this KT victory.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the cast on the day. You did a fantastic job, and KT did the same, managing to turn it around after what was a very difficult game number 2. And gentlemen, let's break down this game for a little bit, shall we? The draft is where it all began, and did we have any hiccups? Did we see any things we didn't like?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually a huge fan of the draft because I think Zeri is such a big part of KT's damage. You have Lissandra, Vi to make it difficult. The Aphelios we saw before do really well if MV could function. And honestly, the game started off pretty positively for Liv Sandbox. I was thinking this is going to go to a game 5, and then the engage came in from KT, and as soon as MV dropped, it's like the whole squad did.
I feel like the comp here of Liv Sandbox is one that you can't try to form on blue side, because you have the ability to build this Vi Ahri composition, maybe, if you actually picked the Ahri earlier. I think the only reason why KT picked Ahri was because they were like, I don't want them to have Vi, Ahri, Thresh, right? Which is a combination we've seen so much. And then they picked the Lissandra because like, this is the answer. But then functionally, Lissandra doesn't really do the same things that Ahri does in skirmishes and is never going to have the same sort of late game team fighting power that Ahri can have when you have the setup with the Malphite, etc., like the Rakan. You have so many different engage tools. I thought the draft here was a big problem for Liv Sandbox, but ultimately the execution for KT was much stronger, even more than the draft diff here.
The interesting thing is that KT did exactly the same thing, right? They went for the Lissandra Cassante, the Cassandra that we were talking about before, and also lacked a severe amount of damage if they lost their AD carry. And we saw Envy getting taken down a couple of times here because Unstoppable Force is a pretty good nope button. If anyone's ever played solo queue into a Malphite, you kind of know how it feels. And Keen had a fantastic game. Let's jump into our first highlight here. And it is quite a long way into this game because we had only one kill for a very long time.
Yeah, and this felt like maybe the team fight where KT could end up losing it. The coordination was a bit off. We see the Lissandra go in. They start to turn on Lissandra, but then it's like they get this sort of idea that, oh, but we have to deal with the Aphelios. They charge forwards. The Rakan doesn't connect, the Malphite does, but then as much as Keen does what he can here, the follow-up isn't there, and it starts to get really messy from here.
You're starting to fight into a choke point. Like, aiming isn't here he's actually on closer. He's not pushing through the choke with you, and then the Aphelios ultimate is massive. You just pushed your way into a choke point versus an Aphelios, and then you double down on it super hard here. Just let the Aphelios come to you. Turn on the Lissandra. If the Aphelios comes to you, then your engage is going to hit him. You can chain that CC together. You're not fighting into a choke point, but instead we just split. Like, half the team wants to kill the Lissandra, the other half is engaging. Lahenz in particular makes the call to try to go there for aiming. He misses the initial engage. It's a very messy fight. I think KT really need to tune up some of their skirmishes and some of their team fights here because the calls have been decisive, but often a little bit split. Like, they're very, like, we're going in, but they're not going in on the right targets.
Yeah, and I think against stronger teams, you won't get as much leeway. If you are disjointed, you'll be completely punished. And
yeah,
I feel like the next highlight we end up having really shows when things do come together, there's a big difference in how they land it.
Well, speaking of which, let's jump into that one now and see how KT managed to turn this one around. And honestly, it was just better team fighting towards the end of this series.
Yeah, I think, there's an initial attempt to try and pick the Malphite here, but unfortunately he is extremely tanky, pretty rock solid. And then we see them start to move towards the dragon.
Yeah, and then he is able to just TP back in. And this is the moment where you see Liv Sandbox kind of panicking because they're like, all right, do we actually try to fight and hold this choke in the interim before Malphite comes back, or can we rush the Drake? And they decide to rush the Drake. And as soon as Keen shows up, he pushes into the pit here. And Birdall's engaging while the rest of his team is in no man's land. Like, look at how far away Envy is. So Birdall's now isolated. And Keen has an opportunity here to actually engage onto Envy on that edge because the rest of the front line is now chunked down to half, so no one can threaten him. Flashes out of the pit, and look where Envy is. Thinks he's safe, never safe against Flash ult.
I think the big thing as well is the follow-up from the Ahri. Like, the difference in that first fight was like the Aphelios got chunked, no one was there, but immediately we see the charm follow-up, so it's just like the execution was a lot better. This is what you want if you're going to play this composition. If you know you have to deal with the Aphelios as a major threat, every fight should be like this, and it felt a bit hit or miss, but when they do pull it off, it works.
And it was all over, like, for Liv Sandbox denying the Chemtech Soul, and you're fighting a fight where you don't have enough positional power here, even with that push onto the Malphite where you got him to TP back in. I don't think that's actually the angle. I think you just have to be willing to give this up and look for a better fight where you have better positioning.
Yeah, Aphelios did actually nothing.
Yeah, and I think we all agreed that Soul is just not a big issue. Like, I think the value from it is so low. Like, I don't think there was many times that anyone was under half HP. Just let it go.
BDD healed a lot, though, with the extra healing power. Let's see who picks up POG for this fourth game for KT. Will be Keen, finally rewarded for his Malphite play, his Urgot play. Like, man, played some exciting champions.
Yeah, it was a low kill game, but he has 100% kill participation this game. Pretty insane.
As a top laner.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to do. If you're going to bring the Malphite, which, we've had praise on him bringing this out, but there is these tank versus tank matchups, picking it and being more impactful in team fights, and particularly both games he played it was the Aphelios on the other side, and it is such a good answer because you are playing that mobile AD carry. If you don't have a flash, you're not going to be able to play the game, and it worked when the team was there to follow up. There was obviously that fight where the team wasn't in position, but I think consistently he was finding these good ults.
Media, I mean, it's all right. He had a good game.
I mean, he did steal the Chemtech Drake at the end there, and I was at first, I'm like, oh, but it could have been an 11 out of 11.
He'd been pretty good today overall.
Yeah, and I think, Cuz managing to pick up the first POG over the Malphite that first time around, so you can sort of understand it here, but I think that Keen absolutely rock solid towards the top side of the map. And another accolade to Keen is the fact that now he has this tank to play as well. And we've seen him a lot on these aggressive picks on the top side. And Wolf, you were very vocal about, like, well, he doesn't manage to play these things if he's neutralized.
But yeah,
Malphite's certainly working out.
He's had a lot of control now. He is playing against Birdall today.
Yeah.
Against T1, which I'm still on the side that I think T1's going to pick KT Rolster. Going to be a much harder time against Zeus.
It definitely is, but it is time to get into the interview. So here is Jisung for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the post-game interview translation. We are here joined by the victorious KT roster players as they advance to the second round of playoffs. Congratulations, Kiin. Congrats on getting the 3-1 victory over Liv Sandbox. How do you feel?
플레이오프 2라운드에 진출하게 돼서 이제 좀 더 이제 경기를
Yeah,
할 수 있다는 거에 되게
I'm
좋고
so happy that I get
경기도
to play
열심히
more
해야 될것
series in
같습니다.
the playoffs, and I think we have to keep working hard.
1세트는 기파이트가 나왔고요.
Kiin, you
3세트에는
played
기르곳이
2
등장했습니다.
Malphite games and 1 Urgot games. 2 new picks against K'Sante. Was that something you focused on for this playoffs preparations?
써봤었는데 뭐 나름
I
괜찮다고
tried them
생각을
out
해서 오늘
in
경기에서
scrims
이제
and I
잘
had some
나와서
decent
오늘
results.
기용하게
So
된 것 같습니다.
today I had the right angle to go for it. What makes you pick them up against K'Sante?
이제 뭐 크산테 상대로 뭐 한타도 괜찮고
Well,
뭐
I mean, their
라인전도
team
나쁘지
fight is
않다
good. You
생각해서
know, their
뭐
laning
뽑게
phase
된
is
것
also
같습니다.
alright. So we thought this would be a good pick into K'Sante.
역시 올 프로팀에 뽑힌 기인
And we
선수의
were
만큼
blessed
오늘
by
플레이도
the
내내
all-pro
좋았습니다.
LCK team top laner
각오 한마디 들려주시죠.
performance. What do you
이제
expect from the
앞으로
second
이제
round of
저희가
playoffs?
좀 그래도 몇 경기 더 많이 남아 있는 것 같은데
We have potentially several matches left in the playoffs, so we will keep working hard in order to keep showing the best performance possible.
그리고 커즈 선수 플레이오프 첫 상대로 리브 샌드박스를
Because
지목을
I think it's a great
하셨습니다.
start to
상대를
the
지목한
playoffs
이후에
run.
리브 샌드박스를 상대로
What did you guys
어떤 점을
focus on
중점적으로
after you
준비를
guys
하셨을까요?
chose Liv Sandbox as your opponent?
좀 바텀 위주의 게임도 잘하고
Liv Sandbox, they are really good at playing around their bottom lane, and also their team fight around objectives are also really good. So we were, you know, kind of watching their VODs and studied what we have to do up against Liv Sandbox, especially about their playstyle. And I think everything went as we planned, so we had some decent outcome.
오늘 커즈 선수도 1-3
And
세트
cause
포인트를 받을 만큼
you won
전체적으로
POG in
굉장히
game 1 and 3,
잘해주셨는데요. 초반 설계뿐만 아니라
and you were doing a great job into Ruler, and also you were able to steal away the soul up against Willer, who stole so many objectives up against you in round 1. It feels amazing to, you know, give it back to him after such a long time.
가족 버프가 있었습니다.
And cause you had the uncle buff today supporting you. In the first match of playoffs, he brought so many fan signs to show his love and support. For example, like Cuz, aka the best commentator of the LCK is Cloud Templar, and the best jungler is Cuz. Any message over to him? Thank you so much for coming here. Every time you come, I get a win, so I hope you show up next time too.
작은 아버지가 오늘을 기점으로 점점 더 많이 오시지 않을까 이런 생각을
The uncle buff was real. Now let's hear from BDD. It was roughly 2 years since you last played a best of 5 series. What did you focus on today? Yeah, it's been such a long while, so I was feeling a little bit nervous before the game started, but I got so much experience playing best of 5, so as the game started, I was feeling a lot more comfortable.
네, 맞아요.
알겠습니다. 자, BDD 선수 요즘에
BDD. You know, there's a term called BDD recital, you know, because there are classic BDD picks that always guarantee you a win, and I think Veigar is now a part of the performance. And recently, you have been showcasing a great performance on Veigar. Do you think Veigar itself is kind of OP right now? I mean, yeah, because after the recent buff, you know, his laning phase is a lot stronger because he used to be strong in the late game anyway. So right now, he's like super good. And T1 and Gen G is, you know, waiting at playoff second round. Who do you think you're gonna play? I think T1 will pick us for sure. Yeah, but I don't know because they both look super strong, so it's gonna be pretty much similar. Why do you think T1 will pick you? We lost them twice in the regular season, so like it's pretty reasonable. Then what is your determination heading to the second round? Whoever we get to face, you know, we're gonna do our best. So please keep supporting us. Thank you.
큰 응원이 여기까지 닿는 것 같습니다. 그리고 에이밍 선수
Aiming. I was surprised to find out that this is actually your first best of 5 series victory. How do you feel?
우승해서 정말 좋고.
It feels amazing to get my first win in best of 5 series.
에이밍 선수가 생각하시기에는 여태까지
Aiming.
다전제에서 좀 힘들었던 이유 뭐라고
What made you
판단하시나요?
struggle the most in the previous best of 5? What was the most challenging factor?
그냥 그때
I don't really know. Nothing really stands out. But I was just bad back in those days.
옆에 계신 리엔즈 선수가 또 다전제 굉장히
And
경험이
obviously, you were
많으시잖아요.
with Lee Hans,
혹시
one
어떤
of
조언
the
같은 건안
most
해주시나요?
experienced best of 5 player. Did he give you an advice? It was always like telling me, have fun, enjoy. So I was able to feel a lot more relaxed.
2세트에는 또 상대가 교전에서 날카로운 면들을
Well, in game number 2, Leap Sandbox was able to bring a stronger performance. So what did KT Rolster go through after losing that game?
이제 정말 컸어가지고 이제 그점
The turret dive play was really critical, so we wanted to review those mistakes and we wanted to make sure that still we are playing better than them. So we didn't want to, feel small. We wanted to keep our confidence. However, Aiming, you were on the Zeri duty. 4 straight Zeri games today. How are you feeling about that?
빨리 선택했던 것 같아요.
I was pretty confident in Zeri, so it was actually good because we can actually go for early Zeri lock-in, so we can buy more time for other picks.
컨디션 어떻게 보시나요?
Lian, how was KT feeling today as a team?
좋았던 것 같습니다.
It was good. It was alright.
그러면 완전 너무 좋았다, 최고였다,
Was it like
최상위까지는 아니니까 2라운드에서는 뭔가 더 좋은 팀
best level, or was it like decent? I hope we can see like even stronger KT Rolster in the upper rounds of playoffs because today it was already so good. And you played Blitzcrank for game 1 and 2, and then you played Rakan in game 3 and 4, a champion that you never played in the regular season. Well, to be honest, I wanted to play Rakan in game 1 and 2 too, but Keen was like, no, you gotta play Blitz, so it's a bummer, you know?
농담한 겁니다.
I was just kidding.
하지만 안 될 것 같아요, 기인 선수. 이유를 여쭤봐야 될 것 같습니다.
Keen, tell us what exactly happened.
블리츠 계속 노래를 불러가지고.
No, Lians was the one singing Blitzcrank, and then he trolled in game 2 on Blitz, so we wanted to take it away from him and just make him play Rakan.
그러면 리엔즈 선수 이제 다전제에서 모든 게 중요하지만
Lians, you played so many big best of 5 series in the past. Why did you focus on the most in this kind of a new and longer format of series?
상대방이 좀 싫어하는 뱀픽 구도나
So you kind of get a feeling as game goes by, you kind of get a feeling or grasp what the opponent hates or prefers in terms of pick and bans and also gameplay. So as you get more understanding of the opponents, you get to come up with stronger strategies.
리엔즈 선수 그러면 주장으로서 아까 BDD 선수께도 여쭤봤던 똑같은
And Lians,
질문인데요.
then
2라운드에서 혹시 누구 만날 것 같다고
who do you think
예상하시나요?
you're gonna be playing up against in the second round?
저도 뭐 T1이 저희를 뽑을 것
I'm kind of
같은데
on the same page. I think T1 will choose us, but I want to play up against Gen G personally.
내일 경기가 끝난 이후에 30분 내로
We'll get to
결과가
find out
발표되니까요.
after
여러분
tomorrow's
지켜봐 주시고요.
series
그럼 마지막으로 주장 리엔즈
ends.
선수가 선전 포고 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
Lastly, before we go, Lians, any final words for the second round of playoffs? I think today's performance was pretty alright, so I hope our fans are feeling the same. I don't know who we're gonna play in the second round of playoffs, but we will keep working hard in order to display the best performance possible. And this will be the end of the interview from the KT Rolster players, and I'm gonna pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the amazing translation of the full Team KT interview. I think there'll be mixed reactions to this particular series, but I know this is the way you want them to win. The least convincing way possible, so no one is getting enthusiastic. Absolutely fantastic. Here is the result, a 3-1 for KT. We had a lot of 3-1 predictors. Here, of course, Orcs was there, Chronicler was there, and we were
3-0
we were 3-0.
Wrong, just to be clear.
It was not exactly what happened. But we do have to say goodbye to Live Sandbox. Of course, we won't show the advancement here of KT because we don't know what happens until the end of tomorrow. But Live Sandbox, I think, had a better season than anybody really expected with the roster they showed. So props to them for that. But there's still a lot of improvement that needs to be made, I think, during the offseason heading into summer. And maybe we could see them back-to-back playoff year if they can make that happen. But really lost the wind that was in their sails early on.
Yep, our next matchup is going to be DK taking on HLE tomorrow. D plus Kia a bit to prove after having a rougher week in the final one, and Harma Life Esports a little bit similar here, although they were able to take down Live Sandbox. Very, very interesting stuff. I think tomorrow's series could surprise us, even if we do have pretty strong feelings for how it's going to go. But that will be it for this evening. This one, best of 5, has been concluded. We have to wave goodbye to Live Sandbox, who did, I think, perform over expectation from the beginning of the season. But otherwise, a little bit sad to see them go. Still, KT now moving forward. They have that buffer in theory. So, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow for more playoffs action. Good night.
What a game! HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.